Good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, mostly alive, David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray each and every day, even when I'm sick, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings out there in the universe. So I say thank you all. Um, it is more than a pleasure to be back because I was so sick the last almost 2 weeks. And so, yay, team, I'm still breathing, still here. I have not puked my guts out, nor have I, eradicated myself by other means. So, hey, Scotty boy, Alex the Gunjaman. And I got a bowl here waiting. I had to get the dog and everything and get me a cup of coffee. So it it took me a minute to get back on the air. Ain't that special? Yeah, ain't that special? Joe. Yeah, I love y'all too. Having the sickness I had, God Almighty, I would not want on anybody. Something crawled up inside of me. It was halfway between my throat and my rear end. And Lord have mercy, it just made things go bad both directions. Called the twirlies, you know. Whoo, way. I would not wish it on anybody, I'm here to tell y'all. But I'm glad I'm over that. So, and glad to be back. So, thank you for your prayers, even though you might not have known that I was not doing well. Happy post winter solstice. Yes, the architect. How you doing? That's very true. And I was just outside letting the dog back in before I come to do this, and the moon is like straight overhead for full moon kind of thing. And you know me and Earth Wobble, a couple of about a week ago, it was down. I could see it out this window over here, and now you got to go outside and do this number to look up and see where the moon is. It's way up, straight up overhead. Yep, yep. Fire it up. Yep. I'm gonna shut up. It's 25 after now, or close to it, but hey, that's close enough for us, right? So I hope y'all have been doing well, and that your Christmas went okay. Oh, it's Travis, by the way. Just changed names again. Well, how can I keep up with all them name changes? It's all I can do to keep up with mine. So how you do it, Travis? I might sit here and just get stoned with you. Practical non-duality. I don't do tarot practical. I do medicine cards. Um, but depending on how long it takes me, and depending on how many want a card pulled, I will do as many as I can do practical. That's how that goes. But great had a good holiday. Good architect. Snow fell over here today. Wow, after Christmas. How about that? I live too far south for there to really be any kind of noticeable, um, snowfall or anything like that. But, I'm watching this commercial, that's been on for the last couple of weeks, right? And it's these three old ladies. And they're just kind of sitting and looking at each other, and one's looking at the TV, and there's snow outside, and they got the little toboggan hats on and everything. And um, the one old lady looks in some kind of catalog or something and orders these things, and they come in, and they're like these little butt seat thingies, and they're for toboggans. Here's these three little old ladies that are, in their 70s, I would imagine, and they're go tobogganing down this big snow hill. And I'm thinking to myself, now that for me, that's an adventure. So, but anyway, practical. I won $1,000,000. That ain't gonna happen. Not tonight or any other night, right? Practical medicine cards comes from this particular book called Medicine Cards, and it's Native American, not related to any kind of magic. Okay. Um, hey, Travis, the architect. Oh, oh, you just changed your name again. Quit doing that. But the medicine cards are animal cards, and the animal cards, for example, I just opened up the book and it's snake, and the snake is called transmutation, and then there's a description of it, and I will read it. If you get a card that's upside down, then I will read the contrary part of it, and then it's up to you to determine whether or not this card has anything to do with you or any special messages. And a lot of times we pull cards. I pull cards. I say we, but I pull cards, and sometimes I pull a card, and there'll be 6 or 7 other people going, that relates. So a lot of times that the cards that I pull doesn't just relate to one of us, but sometimes relates to a bunch of us, or maybe even all of us. So anyway, let me give me another minute or two, and then if y'all will line up and get ready for who wants a card kind of thing. And right now there are 9 of you in here, and right now I could pull nine cards, folks. Okay. Having to, I don't know how long I'm able to do this sometimes. It just takes energy, and sometimes I'll be sitting there and everything's groovy, and then 5 minutes later I'm like, shoo, energy's gone. So I'll do it as long as I can get in on this. Let's not all go contrary. Yeah, put me on the list for the medicine cards. Yeah, okay. I'll line up, but I don't want to feel none of you guys' hands on my ass. Now, is that wishful thinking or you just playing around? There are some guys that might want to, but never mind. It ain't gonna be me. It ain't gonna be me. So, in having a little bit of conversation here before I start pulling cards, okay, Travis, but you can have a card if you want one. Okay, it's up to y'all. So here and just I want to finish smoking my bowl before I get started on that, and maybe I got one cigarette left in this box here. I got another pack up yonder, but I've been trying to do better with my smoking all the way around. But so in watching the news and everything here this last couple of weeks and the last couple of days, last couple of hours, there are so many people that 2024 is going to be the end, and 2020 was going to be the end. 2022 was going to be the end. 2023 was going to be a crappy year, and it was going to be the end. And now 2024, it's even going to be crappier, and it's going to be the end. Does it really seem that bad on your end? Just just curious, is it does it seem like the end of the world to you from your perspective? I'm just curious. Because for me in my 71 years, I look around and I go, it was a whole lot worse back in the 60s. I know I keep bringing it up, but there were riots and bombings. There was the Vietnam War. There was all kinds of stuff going on. And oh, we got the Jewish thing. That was going on back then. There were a lot of things that were going on back yonder. And I just don't see the same level of stuff, you know? Oh, the economy. The economy's always had ups and downs. Poor people are still poor after all these years. Ain't nobody helped get me out of poverty. No matter how hard I worked, I just kept getting thrown down. You found. For whatever reason, hey, Kathy, how are you? Pull a card for me, Dave. Never had one before. Okay, well, I'll do you first. Let me finish my little pipe here, and I'll pull your card first, Miss Kathy. How you doing? Happy New Year to all y'all. And for anybody you might talk to with all your talking to folks, Miss Kathy, send them my 2024 best wishes, out there. Because I just me for many years I've been watching how things go, and I was one of them first people to tell y'all that the sky was falling, and I had to have some folks kind of pull me back, and go, well, maybe not, but in my understanding, I realized some of those things that I talked about 10 years ago, the sky has fallen and stuff that I've talked about since then, has some of it's come true, damn it. you know, Not in the same way that as Chicken Little is screaming, but to the same point, it's like when I look back over the last 10 years ago, I've been trying to warn folks to, pay attention to stuff and that, depending on how you observe things, will depend on what the world looks like to you. So, but anyway, much love to y'all. And as I hope that, that looks like this alien thing's going to really pop up coming up this next year. Really pop up. And I didn't see, I was like, yeah, okay. But no, it really seems like there's a showing up an agenda that is behind things. Just a feeling of stuff or that pent up over the years. I don't know what it is, but there's something that's really pushing. Good aliens, both of them, hopefully, in my humble opinion, practical. Hopefully, they're going to show that there are aliens out there and there are good ones and there are bad ones. It ain't one or the t'other. For me, that's like so stupid. Oh, they're all good aliens. Bullshit. They're all bad aliens. Bullshit. You know, we all have our better days, and some of us are just cranky, and no, we're not any good for folks on this planet. But then there are other benevolent folks who, are fine. But to that point, there are both. Don't be stupid and think it's one or the other, okay? All right, Kathy, you still there? What I ask folks to do is to close their eyes for 30 seconds and imagine yourself, raise your hand. And then my spirit folks will look for your hand up in the grand scheme of things. Okay. So I know it's like we're all sitting in a classroom, and this is how I visualize it. I don't know how else to do it. So since I'm not present with you in a physical room, the chat room is the room. And so then close your eyes for a couple of seconds and raise your hand and my spirit guides will see you, and I will pull a card. Okay, that's how that's going to go for any of y'all, not just Miss Kathy. All right, so here are the cards. And the cards I pulled earlier were the whale card, and the other one was a weasel on Robert's show. So I very simple. There are ways to do a layout kind of thing, but I don't do them. I just go through this. So Miss Kathy, kind of, I'm going to shuffle the cards, and then run my fingers through the cards, and they will tell me when to stop. So the magic for me is I'm holding the cards like this, all right, and going through them like this. I'm not looking at them. So I stop there. I feel this one right here, and it's snake, which is interesting because I opened the book earlier to snake. Now, I never stop on just one, and that was odd that it popped up on that one, especially after opening the book to that. Well, and now here's lizard. So we've got two particular, we've got two reptilian kind of things in this. So Miss Kathy, ooh, snake. That's not a bad thing. Actually, snake represents a lot of good things in the animal kingdom. And in this particular instance, it represents transmutation. So think of people think snakes are slithery, slimy, and yucky, Well, I was going to do practical. As many as I can, I'll do individual. So this one's for Miss Kathy. So snake is number 6, and it's transmutation. Snake, come crawling. There's fire in your eyes. Bite me, excite me. I'll learn to realize. The poison transmuted brings eternal flame. Open me to heaven to heal me again. Hey, Miss Amber, how you doing? So the snake, the bite of the snake is like, oh, it's poison and all that. Yeah, but if you survive it, then hey, off the hook, how you doing? But you have actually been accepted into the snake clan. So snake medicine people are very rare. Their initiation involves experience and living through multiple snake bites. And if you've ever seen the movie way back in the day, Billy Jack, he comes back from Vietnam and he's out on the reservation and he goes to have visions with the shaman, and he has has to be bitten by rattlesnakes. So there was the story that about the young brave that's going up the mountain for his vision quest, and as he's going up the mountain he sees a snake, rattlesnake. And the snake is like, hey there, young man, if will you take me back down the mountain? And the brave is like, well, no, because you're a snake, you'll bite me. And the snake says, no, I won't. I'm cold and everything. Take me back down to the bottom of the hill, and where it's warm and I can live. And so the young brave is like, okay. So here I am, and picks up the snakes and he carries him back down the mountain. And as the snake warms up, guess what? The snake bites him. And the young lad says, but you bit me. And he was like, yeah. He said, because I'm a snake. What did you expect? So the young boy gets very sick, right? Now that's normally the end of the story. But the rest of the story, as might be said, is that, he overcomes it. And by doing so, he has been accepted into the snake clan. with high authority kind of thing. Like, listen, you saved my life. So even though I bit you, I've transmuted you into something else. And now you're a member of the snake clan. So that's not just like, oh, well, you got bit and he died and that's that. No, 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 no. This is like a big heavy duty thing. So it's transmutation. So it's like in the Catholic religion to sort of, correlate this. In the Catholic religion, the transmutation is changing this piece of bread in the body and blood of Christ kind of thing. So that's transmutation. So the snake is transmuting also the fact that he has stripped his skin and has become a new person. For every time the old skin comes off, there is brand new glistening and a new sense. This medicine teaches you on a personal level that you are a universal being. Through accepting all aspects of your life, you can bring about the transmutation of the fire medicine. This fire energy, when functioning on the material plane, it creates passion and desire, procreation, and physical vitality. So the snake also, woven in with the sign of the medical profession, right? Hey, Tracy B, you got a spitter, right of initiation. Scotty boy, hey, y'all doing? On the mental plane, it becomes intellect, power, charisma, and leadership. And Miss Kathy, I would absolutely agree with that. When the snake energy reaches the spiritual plane, it becomes wisdom, understanding, wholeness, and connection to the Great Spirit. If you have chosen a symbol, there is a need within you to transmute some thought, action, or a desire so that wholesomeness may be achieved. Now, my dear friends, I've known Kathy since we was in grade school, about 50 years kind of thing. And she takes care of a lot of people in a lot of ways. So it says right here, this is heavy magic. But remember, magic is no more than a change in consciousness. Become the magician or the enchantress and transmute the energy and accept the power of the fire of light within us. And Miss Kathy, I know you got it. So I find that and why the snake card? It's to reinforce who you are. Okay. Now the other one was what? Upside down? Oh, come on. Oh, lizard upside down. Yeah, okay. Lizard upside down. Lizard lives in the dream world, which is kind of interesting. Lizard number 36. So y'all hang in there. I will get to as many of you as I can. All right. So put your name on the list and I will get to you. And I don't know if you'll get one card or six. Okay. Lizard is dreaming. Lizard, will you dream with me? Travel across the stars. Hey, Nancy. Beyond the place of time and space, there live visions from afar. Lizard was in the shadow of a big rock, shading himself from the desert sun. Snake crawled by looking for some shadow to coil up in, and Snake watched Lizard for a while as Lizard's eyeballs went side to side behind his enormous closed eyelids. Snake hissed Snake. So here's Snake in the snake thing, and here's Snake in the lizard thing. Okay, so here's Snake twice. Okay, so Snake hissed to get Lizard's attention, and Lizard slowly opened his eyes and saw Snake. Snake, you scared me. What do you want? Said the lizard. Snake spit the answer from his forked tongue. Lizard, you are always getting the best shadow spots in the heat of the day. This is the only big rock for miles. Why don't you share your shade with me? Lizard thought for a moment, then agreed. Snake, you can share my shade, but you have to go to the other side. Snake was getting annoyed and he hissed, how could I bother you, Lizard? All you're doing is sleeping. Lizard smiled and said, oh, Snake, you are such a silly serpent. I'm not sleeping, I'm dreaming. Snake wanted to know what the difference was, so Lizard explained, dreaming is going into the future. Snake, if I go to where the future lives, you see, that is why I know you won't eat me today. I dreamed you and I know you are full of a mouse. So Snake was like, what? And why, Lizard, you are exactly right. I wondered why you said you would share your rock. So Lizard laughed to himself and said, Snake, you are looking for shade, and I am looking for shadow. Shadow is where the dreams live. Now, Lizard is upside down. So the contrary lizard, if Lizard is turned up in your contrary position, you may be having a nightmare. This is a sign of inner conflict. Look to the nightmare for a clue to the nature of this conflict. What are the feelings your nightmare causes? Breathe through those feelings and let the sensations flow out of your body. See the truth in what your nightmare may be suggesting. It could be a simple message that you are confronting your fears and therefore do not need to experience nightmarish events in your day-to-day life. Another message of Lizard reversed is that you may need more sleep or dream time. It could also imply that you have lack of dreams for your future. Now that's an interesting, because our energy is sucked dry with, when with so many people these days, oh, our future sucks. Well, it's kind of hard to have dreams of the future when everybody says we're going to die, right? So imagination is the door to all new ideas and creations. As you examine the dreaming process, you will find that the subconscious is processing all of the recorded message it holds. All day long, it's always picking up, it's recording every damn thing concerning the events you experienced during the day. These messages can be suppressing feelings, bringing you inner conflict. In other words, you just got too much on your mind. So they can, or they can be new ideas or goals or other dimensions of awareness. Sometimes these other dimensions of awareness can really throw us for a loop. In one sense, contrary lizard is insisting that you look to your imagination for new experience. This is not necessary when life becomes dull or full of boredom. On the other hand, contrary lizard may also apply to those who dream too much, refusing to use the dreams as tools to manifest that same vision in their lives. All levels of awareness are accessible through dreams. Remember, life is not always as it seems. Sanctuary for Life Rescue, thank you for the card reading. Also, I've been traveling strange dreams lately. Wow, so that kind of fits for you. Where is the wildlife thingy? Uh, I used to work for one around here. Oh, I love snakes and lizards. I handle them for Owl's Nest Sanctuary. Okay, I'll have to look that up. But I used to work for a sanctuary around here. That's been 20 years ago now, and they are no longer in existence, and both folks are dead. But anyway, yeah, so have worked for, that's interesting, Kathy. So anyway, Happy New Year. And for the two lizards, you know, and the snake is in both, was in both cards. But, you know, the new experience, you know, lizard is an interesting. And so, you know, there are some folks who are like, oh, dreams of this and that. But, you know, if you're not dreaming at all, definitely stress and conflict lately, probably causing dreams or the lack of them. And if there is a nightmare, as the card suggested, there might be an answer to the conflict, whatever it might be. Odessa, Florida. Okay, I've been here the whole time. Hey, Chloe, but help a friend purchasing a new home up the road. Off the hook, sleep with one eye open. Or, you know, pretend it's open, you know, so if anybody comes in and go, holy shit, they got an eye open. So anyway, all right. So cool, Kathy. I'm glad I was able to pull you a card for the first time. See, and that was pretty painless. And the fact that, you know, I'm accurate to the point where the cards related to you. So that's encouraging to me too, in that me and my spirit guides, you know, thank you folks, are, you know, listening tonight. And you know, because it's not me that does the reading, it's the cards. You too, Kathy. Happy New Year, and pass it along, you know. Stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, my friend. We made it through another year, didn't we? All right, so who's next? I forgot, and Elderberry must be off somewhere. Oh, there you are. Alex is next. I'm not in any hurry, so I'll do them as I got energy for, okay? And if it's 5 or 10 or 20, I'll do as many as I got energy for, okay? So, but who'd you say, Barry? Alex. Okay, Alex, raise your hand. I've already shuffled, so my name sent me down in the middle of the card deck so far. Chloe, at the moment, Elderberry has the list, okay? But as long as I got energy to pull cards, yep. And I'm not going to fight as to who goes first. So, oh, that's just too weird. That's just too weird. Oh, that's just too weird. Okay, Alex. But there's a little bit of a backstory to these two cards that I have just pulled. And it's interesting that I pulled them and I shuffled. I shuffled the deck several times, right? And having don't not being able to look at where any of the cards were in the deck or anything like that, I'm simply shuffling the deck, right? And then feeling and then flipping the card over and then dun da da da. So being a friend of mine here in the neighborhood, I ended up inadvertently, we were having religious conversation, we'll say. And he had brought up the word grace. And I said, would you mind if I open up my book here and read what it says for grace? Y'all probably know this, but it's Swan. Okay. So he wasn't interested in the card or the animal or anything. And I was like, just listen to what the card says. So during it, the other card that came up during our conversation, this has been about 2 weeks ago now. Okay. The deer card. And I'm going to read them both. But the fact that these two cards showed up, and it's like, good for you, Alex, because these cards, he wanted me to say, you need to tell somebody about these cards. You need to tell them about this, the grace card and the swan, and you need to tell them about the deer. And I was like, calm down, dude. This is not the first time I have pulled these cards for anybody, But so there is this backstory to me pulling these two cards just now. All right. So deer is the first one, and deer is innocence, right? Well, let me make sure let me open the book and do this correctly. But so for me, here is this backstory that's very recent, but very strong. He was here. We've had hours and gentleness, excuse me, innocence, gentleness, close. But so having had these very intense religious discussions surrounding these two cards and what they represent. So the fact that for my first time out pulling cards for folk, the next two cards I pull are the two cards he wanted me to pull. Does that make sense? Now but Alex, I was thinking of you the whole time, so take it for what it is. But there's the backstory to this here, which for me is like woo. It's more woo woo in there, So, dear, so gentle and loving you are, the flower of kindness and embrace from afar. So I'm going to truncate this story as much as possible because I want to get on with it. But one day, Fawn heard Great Spirit was calling to her from the top of Sacred Mountain. Fawn immediately started up the trail. She didn't know that a horrible demon guarded the way to the Great Spirit's lodge. The demon was trying to keep all of the beings of creation, all the beings from creation, from connecting with the Great Spirit. He wanted all of Great Spirit's creatures to feel that the Great Spirit didn't want to be disturbed. This would make the demon feel powerful. Now think about just that part right there. If there's an evil around, what is it trying to do? It's trying to keep you from understanding the Great Spirit. It's trying to keep you from the, Spirit Mountain. This would make the demon feel powerful and capable of causing them to fear him, the demon. Fawn was not at all frightened when she came up to the demon, and this was curious. As the demon saw the architect, well, he was the architect of all the ugly things, nasty things in the world. And no matter how he tried, and disgusting sounds, it didn't frighten the fawn. Any normal creature would have fled or died on the spot from fright. Fawn's eyes were, however, said gently to the demon, "Please let me pass. I'm on the way to see the Great Spirit." Fawn's eyes were filled with love and compassion for this oversized bully. The demon was astounded by Fawn's lack of fear. No matter how he tried, he could not frighten the fawn because her love had penetrated his hardened demon heart. Much to the demon's dismay, his rock-hard heart began to melt and his body shrank to the size of a walnut. Fawn's persistent love and gentleness had caused the meltdown of the demon. Due to this gentleness and caring that Fawn embodied, the pathway is now clear for all of Great Spirit's children to reach Sacred Mountain without having to feel the fear of the demons blocking their way. Now, this, to me, this is one of the greatest cards because through gentleness, the deer broke this demon, this monster of a SOB, right? Deer teaches us to use the power of gentleness to touch the hearts and minds of wounded beings who are trying to keep us from the sacred mountain. Like the dappling of the fawn's coat, both the light and the dark may be loved to create gentleness and safety for those who are seeking peace. So this idea, though, that so through innocence and gentleness of the deer. So, but in this, the way is clear for all of the Creator's critters to reach the sacred mountain. Every one of us, okay? So, and you don't have to argue, complain, and all this. You already are, kind of thing. Yeah, demons coming out, so we have to use gentleness and think boundaries. Yep. And something else too, I was having conversation with some folks before. So this, here's something else. And so that I've talked about this, you know, I'm from Tampa Catholic and the Crusader is our mascot. And so Crusader, you know, so all my life I've been holding a shield and a sword, you know, a Crusader. So this is my thought. But in that, you know, here recently, it's like, well, I've got my shield, but you know what? If you're smart, you don't stand there and wait for it to hit your shield. Sometimes you can take a sidestep and let whatever it is coming at you just go right on by. So in this thing I was having, this dream state, like lizard, I guess, there were these lightning bolts coming at me. And so it was like, you know, here they're coming at me. And I was like, put up my shield. And the out of the air was this voice that said, no, dumbass, step aside. And I was like, what? And it was like, be like a ninja. And I was like, well, I never thought about being a ninja. I was always a crusader on a horse and a thing and a shield. Yeah, but you know, so I was like, oh, being like a ninja. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So somebody's flinging energy at me that's trying to harm me. And so instead of taking the brunt of it, you turn sideways and it's like, you know, and it goes right by. So we can sidestep a lot of this crap that is sent our way. We don't have to take it full on. Okay, just saying. So yeah, and so it was like, so if I'm out here in the middle of the field and there's arrows and shit going past, and I hear this, hey, dumbass, and it's like, what is it? You know, it's like turn sideways. Oh, boom, and there went one. You know, and it's like, hey, dumbass, what? Here, step sideways. Boom, there goes another one. You know, sidestepping. So yeah, it was like, hey, dumbass. So, but in life, you know, for me, there's been a lot of times where I really could have sidestepped something and not been ended up being such a dumbass. Now, second card, I know I'm taking a long time, is Swan. Swan is grace. And the deer and the antelope play, but the deer going along with the gentleness of Swan. So the deer is like, you know, oh, I went right to the page. How about that? That was interesting. Little swan flew through the dream time looking for the future. She rested for a moment on the coolness of the pond, looking for a way to find the entry point to the future. This was a moment of confusion for Swan, as she knew that she had happened into the dream time by accident. This was her first time alone, flight alone, and it was a bit of a concern by the dream time landscape. As Swan looked high above Sacred Mountain, she saw the biggest swirling black hole that she had ever seen. Dragonfly came flying by, and Swan stopped him to ask about the black hole. Dragonfly said, "Swan, that is the doorway to the other planes of imagination. I have been guardian of the illusion for many, many, many moons. If you want to enter there, you should have to ask permission and earn the right." Swan was not too sure that she wanted to enter the black hole. She asked Dragonfly what was necessary for her to earn the right to entry. And Dragonfly replied, "You must be willing to accept whatever the future holds as it is presented without trying to change Great Spirit's plan." Swan looked at her ugly little duckling body and then answered, "I will be happy to abide by Great Spirit's plan. I won't fight the currents of the black hole. I will surrender to the flow of the spiral and trust what I am shown." Dragonfly was very happy with Swan's answer and began to spin the magic to break the pond's illusion. Suddenly, Swan was engulfed by a whirlpool in the center of the pond. Swan reappeared many days later, but now she was graceful and white and long-necked. Dragonfly was stunned. "Swan, what happened to you?" he exclaimed. And Swan smiled and said, "Dragonfly, I learned to surrender my body to the power of the Great Spirit and was taken to where the future lives. I saw many wondrous things high on Sacred Mountain, and because of my faith, here's the thing, because of my faith and my acceptance, I have been changed. I have learned to accept the state of grace." Dragonfly was very happy for Swan. Swan told Dragonfly many of the wonders beyond the illusion. Through her healing and her acceptance of the state of grace, she was given the right to enter the dream time. So it is that we learn to surrender to the grace of the rhythm of the universe and to slip from our physical bodies into the dream time. Swan medicine teaches us to be at one with all planes of consciousness and to trust in Great Spirit's protection. Now, here's the innocence of deer showing us that the way to Sacred Mountain is clear for every one of us. And Swan shows us that if we accept the grace from the Great Spirit, that we too can up there on Sacred Mountain. So Alex, this is for you, but my friend was like, you gotta give him these cards and you gotta do this. And I was like, okay, I'll tell him. So here's my first card reading, and what comes out of my shuffling, those two cards. I did not plant them, I swear. But if you knew what I went through for 2 weeks and having discussions with this gentleman and to have these two cards show up, good for you, Alex. They're good cards. And there's a lot of spirit behind the choosing of these cards, or that's not really the right word. Anyway, my buddy who was like, the ones that, having had the discussion, um, that's good medicine. It did resonate. Okay, cool beans. I know you were on those journeys too, Ganda shaman. But with that said, though, um, sometimes we need the several words are going through my head. It's like a pat on the back or a reassurance, or that you're heading the right, you're in the right direction, or sometimes we just need some reassurance or somehow. I don't know how else to say it, but that's uh that's what came to mind. It was not necessarily because I pulled a card or two for you before. Yeah, see, and off the hook, see, my friend was like, these cards belong to everybody. And I was like, I know, I pulled these cards before. And he was like, no, 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 you need to do a live stream and you need to talk about these cards and give them to everybody. And I was like, if you could have heard the amount of times he's told me this in the last 2 weeks, and about these two cards, and so here I am with these two cards. So anyway, hey Joe, did I say hi to everybody? Amber, Barry? I don't know who I'm not keeping up with whoever is wants a card or whatever. I'm assuming that anybody that's hanging out wants one. That's my assumption. So I'm shuffling and do I know? And off D hook is also, it's for me, it's when I pull two cards that are kind of sort of related. Like both of them were like, headed for the dream time and headed to the sacred mountain and accepting the grace and the faith and so forth. And it's like those two cards, the deer and they just go together well, And when I see them show up, because I'm not, but I'm looking down at the cards. This is what I see as I'm shuffling from this side, right? So, but anyway, I had a moment of anger and broke my phone. And did you learn anything? I had a friend of mine who has had a broken phone. It was out of anger, and it was like it never pays, never. And all it is regret. Son of a bitch, 100% is a awesome reader. Oh, I haven't done that. Okay, so Chloe, you're next. I don't hear anybody complaining. Chloe. Chloe. All right, so raise your hand. I know who you are, kind of thing. They want me to split the deck. All right. See, so sometimes I turn the deck because if I don't, then I might pick a card that actually might need to be right side up or might need to be upside down. So I have to take the cards and split the deck and shuffle them to make sure that whatever card might need to be right side up or otherwise is so. And I shuffle them until I get done. So, Chloe, hmm. So as I'm going along, I'm flipping through the cards and I'm feeling for me, it's the bottom of the card and with my eyes closed. And then I go, okay, so links, that's interesting. Now I pulled another card earlier that was just kind of sort of, I had a tingling sensation. I was like, so I pulled it to look at it and it was like, eh. And one of them is lizard, right side up. And another one was bat. So bat has an answer to links for some reason, and I don't know what. I'll let you know here in a minute. So, but this is for Chloe. Those are for you. And since we already had lizard, uh, 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 lizard being in the dream time, you can still feel stuff from other cards, and I'll still pull cards for you. So don't let that be a thing, because these cards can relate to everybody or to nobody. And it's interesting that the fact that they make sense to anybody is like number 18. They want me to read the links first. 18. Ah, secrets. Links, you know the secrets so very, very well. The dream time and the magic, but you'll never tell. May I learn to hold my tongue, observe like the Sphinx, powerful yet silent, the medicine of links. So, links medicine is secrets. It is said that if you want to find out a secret, ask the links. Unfortunately, it's difficult to get the silent links to speak. To be confronted by the powerful medicine of links signifies that you do not know something about yourself or others, that you do not know something. I read that right. Links is the keeper of the secrets of lost magical systems and occult knowledge. Links has the ability to move through time and space and to go into the great silence for unraveling any mystery. Links is not the guardian of the secrets, but the knower of the secrets. Now think about that. Not the guardian, but the knower of the secrets. The problem lies in getting links to instruct you. He or she would rather be out chasing a bird or kicking sand than running circles around you. Links medicine is a very specific type of clairvoyance. If this medicine is strong in you, you will get mental pictures concerning other people and the exact things that they have hidden, either from themselves or from others. You will see their fears, their lies, and their own self-deceptions. You will also know where they have hidden the treasure, if there is one. You never speak of these revelations. You simply know about them. The only way you can coax information about yourself out of a links medicine person, in case you've forgotten where you've hid something, uh, is to respect the practice of his or her tradition. So if you go to a gypsy or to a Choctaw medicine person, so if you want to find out, then you would go to one of these links people, but you got to give them the right medicine or tobacco or something in order for them to. If you pull the links card, you can be sure that secrets are afloat somewhere. If this is your personal medicine, you should listen to your higher self. Here it is. Listen to your higher self. Be still and pay attention to the revelations you receive, either in the form of mental pictures or through a high singing voice in your inner ear. Pay attention. Perhaps you will receive information in the form of omens. You can be sure that Mother Earth is signaling to you in some manner. If Lynx is at your door, listen. Brother or sister Lynx can teach you of your personal power and of things you have forgotten about yourself. Secrets, things you've forgotten in a previous life, in a previous something. Links can lead you to lost treasures and connect you to forgotten brotherhoods or sisterhoods. Now, to link you to lost treasures doesn't necessarily mean it's gold or silver. Those treasures that can be knowledge that you have lost or something that you used to be able to do. You've been hearing a high-pitched sound lately? All right, Chloe. So the next one in line is number 42, and it's upside down bat. And bat is rebirth. Sacred bat flew to me from the darkness of the cave. Womb-like reflections, answers it gave. Birth, death, and rebirth, cycles of the whole. Never ending, just eclipsed, the journey of the soul. Steeped in the mystery of the Mesoamerican tribal ritual is the legend of Bat. Akin to the ancient Buddhist belief in reincarnation in Central America, Bat is the symbol of rebirth. The bat has for centuries been a treasured medicine of the Aztecs, the Toltecs, the Tolkien, and the Mayan peoples. Bat embraces the idea of shamanistic death. The ritual death of the healer is steeped in secrets and highly involved initiation rites. Shaman death is the symbolic death of the initiate to the old ways of life and personal identity. The initiation that brings the right to heal and to be called shaman is necessarily preceded by a ritual death. Most of these rituals are brutally hard on the body, mind, and spirit. In light of today's standards, it can be very difficult to find a person who can take the abuse and come through it with their balance intact. I can tell you that the shaman death and rebirth, the stuff that I've been through, whew. So now bat was upside down. There's a lot more to read about the bat, but I want to get to the upside down part. If bat is still hanging upside down in the cave and immersed in darkness, you have met its contrary medicine. This position leads to stagnation. Been hanging upside down too long. Stagnation of the spirit and a refusal to acknowledge your true destiny. That's interesting. Which is always to use the talents you have to the fullest. Is there some area of your life that has been dammed up and therefore stopped up your desire to create? If so, look at the surroundings to the death of that stagnation. Think about that. The death of the stagnation. Something's choking up your energy, and you want that shit to die. You want that because you want to be reborn and be the rebirth of energy and of creativity and what was before the stagnation. That can also imply that in the reversal of your natural cycle of rebirth, you're trying to go at life in a backwards mode. Now, I can't answer, Chloe, whether or not this is true for you, but this is a breech birth in a sense. This type of occluded understanding of how to go about freeing yourself can lead to a stillbirth. If you struggle too long in the birth canal, the final outcome can be death of the body. Some people think themselves into a corner with obstacles that are illusionary. Oh, I got to read that one again. Some people think themselves into a corner with obstacles that are illusionary. By the time they decide what to do, the opportunities are gone and old age is upon them. All of their dreams have passed them by. Reverse Bat says to use your mind, your courage and strength to ensure an easy labor and quick delivery into your new state of understanding and growth, into your rebirth. So don't get stuck in the rebirth canal. It's a miracle you could even spell it. If you are concerned with today and tomorrow, but not much further, you may forget to see further down the road yourself. Tribal teachings say that you are responsible. Listen to this one. Tribal teachings say that you are responsible for future generations because you are the ancestors of the future. Whatever you do today will affect the next 7 generations. Every decision, every thought is to create a state of stagnation or rebirth. Rebirth for those that follow you on the good red road. If you are blocking yourself, you may be blocking many generations to come. Now, that's heavy duty right there. Now, that came to me earlier in something for me. It's like, Dave, what are you doing? And it's like, well, I'm trying to do, yeah, but are you really doing the best that you can do? And I was like, well, I don't know. And well, I do readings for people and I have done some other stuff, but I know I don't travel around because of circumstances, but I try to get around, get around, I get around, ooh. But anyway, but this idea, well, am I doing actually the best I can? And the answer that came back was no. And I had to argue with my folks, and they were like, it's hard for me to do card readings when I'm deathly ill and in a fetal position. But I agreed in that to the universe, I could do better and do more readings for folks and see if that in some way helps them in their journey. All I do is pick up after my grandkids. They won't learn shit. So that's for Chloe. All right. And any of the other messages. But if you're still hanging upside down in the bat position, you may, think about that as a stagnation, because none of us want to be in that stagnated situation. We don't. And there are times, and especially this is the end of the year. So, but thinking about that and rebirth, we're coming into the new year, and I don't know what the new year is for the Chinese, but the idea though that that we're coming into the new year, and so there is rebirth in that, and then the fact that we just had, our winter solstice day. Johann Dancing. Hi, how are you? My daughter got me, says, wake up and be the best you can. Tracy B. Yeah. And sometimes we just need to be reminded, and time goes by and this stuff happens. And, and being sick for 2 weeks myself and just, I just didn't want to do nothing. I just wanted to be able to breathe again. It had been 2 weeks since me and Duggar had taken a walk up the driveway. Now we've been out around the yard a little bit, but we have not been up the driveway. 2 weeks it took me. Today was the first day. So it's like, getting back on track. But so there are times when, and I was thinking about this the other day, and I was like, I am so weak. It's all I can do to just stand up outside for a few minutes. And I'm like, this is not going to fly. This is not going to fly. No, this is not freaking going to fly. Good, off the hook. You're feeling better. So Chloe was the last one. Who's next? I'm not, like I said, I'm not keeping tracks. But what it's oh, I missed the 20 mark. Can I take a 2-minute break? It took everything out of you. Oh God, it was horrible. I mean, everything was out of me. Up chucking in the other way. Everything was out of me. There was nothing. I couldn't hold nothing down. I finally had to get some Off the Hook is next. Have I pulled a card for you before, Off the Hook? I know some of you have changed your names, and it's been a while, and I've been sick, and so you have to remind me. There's my ladder. Okay, so this is what I asked for. Hey, Susie Q. Joe was here early. Yep. So Off the Hook, this is what I ask folks, especially if I haven't pulled a card for you before, is to close your eyes. Imagine that we're all in a classroom per se. We're in the chat room. Okay, so all I ask is that you close your eyes for 30 seconds, and you can either hold your hand up physically or imagine that you're holding your hand up sitting in a classroom. And in my mind, I am visualizing, I can see your hand up. Okay. And my spirit guides go, oh, there she is. Okay. And that's how I pull your card. It's a weird thing, but all I ask you to do is just close your eyes. Give me a minute. But so I ask you to just close your eyes for 30 seconds and visualize that. And then my guides pick up on it somehow. I don't know how, that's how I know. But so anyway, that ain't hard to do, Loves to you too, Susie Q. How you been doing? I think, everything that I've watched with folks complaining about how this next year is going to be so crappy, I just can't go into it like that. Maybe y'all know me long enough, but I'm just like, no, we cannot put that in our future. Next year is going to be the shittiest year it's ever been. It might end up being that way, but I don't want to start it that way. No. I'm sorry. Let's back that bus up. No, the 2024 is going to be the best year possible. It might end up being for shit, but it's going to be the best year possible. Now, it might be that our possibilities are really slim and we don't get very far, but that's not the point. If we start out saying it's going to be for shit, I agree with you, Johan. That's what I'm saying. And I'm scanning all kinds of channels and articles and stuff, and it's, oh, we're all going to die. We're all going to be, another pandemic, another this. Holy shit. Nah, come on now. It might end up that way, but we should not start it that way, and people to say, well, you're just one of them, tree hugging hippies that, everything's light and happiness and flowers. Well, I am a tree hugging hippie. But that's beside the point. If I start out thinking that the world is going to be for shit, then that's a bad way of looking at things, right? So, but if I'm hoping that, well, we're gonna have storms next year. Okay, well, I hope it brings enough rain to where it breaks this drought. But I hope the storms ain't so bad that it knocks down a bunch of trees. Well, next year we're gonna have climate change. Yeah, we're gonna have winter, spring, summer, and fall next year. Yeah, but there's going to be highs and lows. Yeah, it's going to get really cold in January and February, and it's going to get really warm in July and August. Duh, So, in the economy, yeah, we are the shit. Yeah, there you go, Tracy B. But I mean, but every year after 71 years of looking back, and I go, here we go again. Here it comes again. And like I said earlier on this evening, I said I was one of the first people. Go back and look at my earlier videos. I was Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. We're all going to die. I was that person. And now here I am all these years later going, what's going on here? Cockroaches. Joe's apartment. Yeah, there you go. There's one for you. Joe's apartment. With you in a minute. Who's up next? Oh, Off D Hook. Right. Give me a second, Off D Hook. Yeah, them little bastards had it in for Joe. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for the break. Okay, Off D Hook. So close your eyes for a second. Raise your hand if you're sure. And I'm just letting the spirits figure out what's to see. So they're asking me to split the cards, which means I'm going to turn them. Somebody's going to be upside down where it was right side up before. No idea which one. The roaches in my house have an apartment. Play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music right. Play that funky music right, boy. Play funky music. Play that funky music till you die. Till you die. How there, Steve? Ooh, the bat card showed up again as a secondary. That's interesting. So you may be lagging around too there. That's interesting. So the main card is Fox, but upside down with an upside down bat as a signifier. No, not a signifier. A backup as extra. And skunk as a primary. Now, let me get this. You say, wait a minute, fox. I thought fox. Yeah, but I pulled the skunk first. So you say, well, wait a minute, what the hell, skunk? The skunk ain't bad, really. Skunk is number 7. I think it's reputation. Yep, I was right. I'm getting pretty good at this. So skunk is reputation. Skunk, tell me the story so I will know it well, of how to attract and how to repel, even though I smell. Skunk medicine, go ahead and laugh. This furry little animal has a reputation that contains a great deal of power. Due to its distinctive behavior, humans give this tiny little smelly creature a wide berth. The key word here is respect. Unlike other predatory animals, skunk does not threaten your life, but threatens your senses. You know this to be true if you've ever been in the vicinity of a skunk smell. In observing the habits of patterns of skunk, it is easy to notice the playfulness and nonchalance of its natural behavior. The I dare you attitude of this 4-legged critter commands you as the observer to respect its space by mere reputation alone. You don't have to have been sprayed by the skunk to know don't get close. Skunk is teaching you that by walking your walk, that by walking your talk and by respecting yourself, you will create a position of strength and honored reputation. Snap, crackle, and poop. The carriage of your body relates to others what you believe about yourself. There is no need to bully, aggravate, torment, or overpower other beings when your sense of self is intact. But self-assurance. When you know you are who you are, you don't have to prove nothing. But when you walk across the room, folks will notice it, you know? And if you're scared or slinky or whatever, folks are going to notice that, you know? So as the odor of skunk attracts others of its kind, it repels those who will not respect its space. Skunk medicine people have the ability to attract others, and they are very charismatic. At the same time, the other side of their natural power is to repel those who seek to take energy from them without recycling the gifts that they have taken. So skunk is reputation. So if you have chosen this symbol, you are being asked to notice the kinds of people who are attracted to you. If they smell like you, then hang around. You are asked to notice the kinds of people who are attracted to you. If they emulate favorable characteristics, have enough self-esteem to recognize those characteristics within yourself. Walk tall and be proud of the accomplishments you have made. Bear in mind that what you believe about yourself is your ultimate protection. Project self-respect. That's good right there. Now, fox upside down is number 25. What was bad? There was upside down bat was thrown in, and we said it was rebirth. Rebirth. Um, Bat can also imply that in the reversal of your natural cycle of rebirth, that you are trying to go at life in a backwards mode. So the skunk is telling you to have respect, okay? Have self-respect, and which also self-respect brings in respect of other people, like minds and all that kind of thing. But this the upside down bat, to complement that card, in my humble opinion, is this: that you can your natural cycle of rebirth, you go about it backwards. So, but also in trying to show your own self-respect, you actually disrespect yourself, So be careful. So, the upside down bat is saying, hang on, be careful there. You know, you're doing a good thing with the skunk thing and getting self-respect, but make sure you ain't backing into a situation. That I might not be making any sense about that. But then dog upside down. Dog is loyalty. Oh, I'm sorry, fox. Fox is camouflage. Fox, where are you? Under the ferns, becoming the forest, so I can learn? Are you watching, invisible to me, trying to teach me to become a tree? So fox is about camouflage. A natural gift of fox is the ability to adapt to winter by changing color. Uh, Fox has many allies in the woodlands, including the foliage, which offers protection and much medicine. Fox is seemingly able to vanish amidst the lush undergrowth of the forest. I can attest to it. We've had foxes around here, and they can literally take one or two steps and they are gone. And they may not have moved at all, but you can't see them. This flora is fox's ally, the ability to meld into one's surroundings. Now, pay attention to that. You meld into one's surroundings, all right? Camouflage. And now, if fox has chosen to share its medicine with you, it is a sign that you are to become like the wind, which is unseen, yet is able to weave in and through any situation. Now, upside down. Contrary. Watch out for wily fox if this card has appeared reversed. Someone may be watching you and trying to figure out your next move. If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. Now, this is heavy, okay? If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. If you have become a wallflower to the point of disappearing, you may need to decide that you are worth noticing. Now that's interesting, because here was upside down bat, like maybe you're walking into something backwards. So here you are with skunk, with self-assuredness. Off the hook, this is for you now. Is this making any sense? So, but so skunk is here you are, powerful and smelly, and you can't command respect from afar. And then for some reason, fox is saying, you may have been camouflaged. You may be camouflaged for too long. It's one thing to fit into your surroundings, but then it's, you can be camouflaged too long, So, and let's see. In any case, you are put on notice to be aware of apathy and self-induced boredom. A wallflower. You may have to dig deeply to find What excites you enough to scurry across the wasteland of your dulled senses? The wasteland of dulled senses. Okay. We have gotten Fox several times, but upside down is not very often. So the contrary Fox may also be telling that you have become too visible. In climbing to a place of recognition, oftentimes the envy or jealousness of others is thrown into your face. If you've been feeling attacked, withdraw. It may be time to assume the attitude of the hermit and deck yourself in the cloak of invisibility. So maybe you have become too visible. That's the upside down fox. That's interesting. Become fox and feel the joy of knowing the playground of your life. You may just find the chicken coop full of intriguing morsels or delight. You've been a hermit? Okay. So it may be that, this contrary is like you may have been that wallflower too long. I know that I fit that in that, being a self proclaimed hermit and I live on a hermitage, you know, is that's like a double whammy. But, me and Duggar got to get out of the house. We got to get the boat fixed and we got to go on some adventures. And this staying around and being a hermit or self-imposed, but that doesn't mean we just, it doesn't have to be boring. And I realized I saw a friend of mine the other day, well, yesterday actually, and I'm a little older than him. And we've, lived in this neighborhood now for 40 years. And it's good to see we're both alive. We both have heart problems and so forth. Um, and so it's like, good to see you, Eddie. Good to see you, Dave. And I was like, so what have you got? This one is for crummy buttons. Off the hook. And I don't know who's next, but I'm almost done. So, but anyway, yeah, Scotty Boyd, thank you. So, but anyway, the upside down fox, that's just interesting. And the upside down bat was sort of a kicker in that, don't go at this backwards, So, okie dokie. Yeah, but sometimes these cards are meant for all of us, as we sometimes know, So, Barry, who's next on the list, or Scotty Boy? Who's? Did that make sense off the hook? I can see how the cards fit together myself, in a positive way, Oh, you're very welcome, Opti Hook. The only thing, if it doesn't make sense, tell me. Be honest with me. If it does, because I just want to, in my own observation of things, did I get this right for you? Joe's next. Is that Joe Sape? All right, let me have a toke off my cigarette here, and I will shuffle the cards. Okay, off the hook. Good. That not that I'm looking for a reward, in doing this. I do it. I do enjoy it. But I want if I'm doing it wrong, then I want to know, you know. But if it's making sense to y'all, and like you just said, I nailed it. Okie dokie. Thank you to my spirit, folks upstairs, and the fact that we get it right, I am proud. I'm just so proud. And Joe, I'm shuffling these. You don't don't lie to me. You don't go, oh, I'm totally, man, it was all great. And then later on you go, hey, them cards was for, if they don't fit, tell me, Yes, thank you, Amber. Confirmation is absolutely important, and it later on, and Barry and I and some other folks have talked about this, but it's like, how do you know if you're right? How do you know if pulling a card for someone, they might, well, yeah, that sort of fits me, and they'll kind of go along with it because somebody pulled the card. And then there are pulling the card that really hits it on the nail, and you go, son bitch, Buffalo, what? Wait a minute, I was thinking of Buffalo the last 3 weeks, stuff like that. Oh, you see orbs? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I did a video years ago, a couple of years now, I guess, where there was a video, there was an orb that passed between me and the camera lens. It was like, and it flew by and it went up and down and around. So Joe's next, right? All right, so I'm doing the split. Yeah, you remember that video? That was weird. That was some weird shit that night. It was like, what? What the hell was that? It just went by. Okay, as far as I cared, Tracy, that didn't come out right. Okay, Joe, raise your hand. I'm picking through the cards. All I can say is there's a temperature change at the end of my fingers. And it's like, okay, and then I'll go to the next card and it'll be like, it's just a card, flip through them, or just cards. There's some kind of a temperature change on that one. So we're going to see what this one is. So the first card I felt was this one. What is it? Squirrel. That's interesting. And my next card down is bat. Bat keeps showing up. That means for a bunch of us, maybe it's because it's the time of year with the new year, it's rebirth. So this time bat is straight up, not upside down. But this this third card, here's the bat. Now I'm not planning this. Really, bats, swear to God, this is too weird, and I flipped them around. So this time when I picked bat, it was right side up. So gonna have to check back in with bat, but it is about rebirth. So that must mean that each one of us, as bat keeps showing up, is we need to go about this rebirth thing here with the end of the year coming up, But squirrel is about saving up stuff. So let me get down here and read squirrel. But I was so shocked to see. That's not bad though, but it's rebirth. So, and I wasn't sure if I was done going through the rest of the cards when I saw the bat card for the third time. I was like, fuck, what the hell? So here we go on this card here. Rabbit. So we've got squirrel and rabbit, two furry critters. But we can't rule out the bat in this situation at all. as a reoccurring theme for all of us tonight, okay? Rebirth. Let's not forget that. Rebirth. So squirrel is number 26. I have bats that live around my house up in the attic and stuff. So, bats aren't really anything unnatural to me. And having been in caves before where there are thousands of bats, you know. But I guess if you've not been around a bat or seen a bat or anything like that, I guess you could be creeped out. Squirrel, you have gathered nuts by the score, exactly predicting if you'll need more. Teach me to take no more than I need, trusting the great mystery to harvest the seed. Squirrel is gathering. Squirrel teaches you to plan ahead for the winter. Here we are, interesting. When the trees are bare and nuts have long since disappeared, squirrel medicine can come in many forms, as this furry little critter is very diverse in nature. The erratic behavior of a squirrel has bested many a forlorn hunter, and it thus stands to reason that there are benefits to being able to circle a branch at lightning speed, upside down. If you are dealing with persons who have squirrel medicine, trying to calm them down enough to accomplish something may drive you nuts. Now, this is for you, right, Joe? Am I getting this right? This is for you, right, Joe? In today's world of changing times and fortunes, it is the wise person who prepares for the futures. Our prophecies have all spoken of the end of the millennium. Here we are talking about the end of the year, right? And here is the end of the millennium and the changes to come. Squirrel is a friendly medicine to have in light of possible future rainy days. Its message is to be prepared, but not to go nuts. Love yourself enough to gather the goods that will meet your needs in times of scarcity, even if that time never arrives. If squirrel has scurried into your cards today, it may be that you are being told to honor your future by readying yourself for change. Doesn't necessarily mean bad stuff, right? The message could be to lighten your load if you have gathered too many things that do not serve you. Today was Boxing Day, for example, and that, so you got stuff for Christmas, you give away stuff that you don't have or that, anyway. So, Boxing Day. These things can include thoughts or worries. Leave them behind. We're going in. Guess what? This is perfect for the bat. Leave. These things can include thoughts, worries, pressures, stresses, or any gadgets that have been broken for years, and understanding the balance involved. So, this thing with squirrel and gathering, but also getting rid of things you don't need, is also part of the bat rebirth. So, these things are connected. So, squirrels and gathering, but don't only gather what you need. And if you've got too much, then, but that's part of the rebirth. I see this all relating personally myself. Squirrel has another lesson which can aid you if you observe what is obvious and which can prepare you for anything. It has to do with the safe place in which to put your gatherings. A safe place to put your gatherings. The safe place is an untroubled heart and mind. And that which is gathered to put in this place is wisdom and caring. Now, that's some heavy duty stuff right there. The energies gathered will set your mind and your heart free so that you will know that all will be taken care of in its own time. That's true. Apply this to your fears about the future and they will vanish. We've just been talking about the future and the gathering. So, and here is the next one up for grabs is rabbit, which is fear. Rabbit's a strange one. So again, let's see, rabbit. Yeah, rabbit is fear. So a long time ago, Rabbit was a warrior. But then Rabbit befriended a eye walker who was a witch. And they spent a lot of time together, walking and talking. And the two were very close, very, very close. And then one day, Eye Walker and Rabbit were walking along and they sat by the trail to rest. And Rabbit said, "You know, I'm thirsty." And Eye Walker picked up a leaf and blew on it and then handed Rabbit a gourd of water. Rabbit drank the water but didn't say anything. Then Rabbit said, "I'm hungry." And Eye Walker picked up a stone and blew on it and changed it to a turnip. She gave the turnip to Rabbit to eat, and Rabbit tasted it and then ate the turnip with relish, but still Rabbit didn't say anything. The two continued down the trail for a while, which led into the mountains, and near the top, Rabbit tripped and fell and rolled almost all the way down to the bottom of the mountain. Rabbit was in very sad condition when Eye Walker got to him. She used a magic salve on Rabbit to heal his great pain and mend his broken bones. Rabbit didn't say anything. Several days later, Eye Walker went looking for her friend. She searched high and low for Rabbit, but was nowhere to be found. Finally, Eye Walker gave up. But she met Rabbit quite by accident one day, several days later. "Rabbit, why are you hiding and avoiding me?" the witch asked. "Because I am afraid of you. I am afraid of magic," answered Rabbit. "Leave me alone," he said, cowering. "I see," said Eye Walker. "I've used my magic powers on your behalf, and now you turn on me and refuse my friendship." "I want nothing to do with you," said Rabbit, "or you or your powers." Rabbit countered. Rabbit did not even see the tears his words were bringing to Eye Walker's eyes. "I hope we never meet again." Rabbit said, "Eye Walker, we were once great friends and companions, but no more. It is within my power to destroy you, but because of the past and the medicines you and I have shared, I will not do this. But from this day forward, I lay a curse on you and your tribe. From now on, you will call your fears, and your fears will come to you. Be on your way, for the sweet medicines that bound us together as friends are now broken." Now Rabbit is the fear caller. He goes out and shouts, "Eagle, I am so afraid of you." If Eagle doesn't hear him, Rabbit calls out louder, "Eagle, stay away from me." Eagle, now hearing Rabbit, swoops down and eats him. Rabbit calls bobcats and wolves and coyotes and even snakes until they come. As this story shows, rabbit medicine people are so afraid of tragedy and illness and disaster and being taken that they call those very fears to them to teach them lessons. Okay? Here is the lesson. If you pulled Rabbit, stop talking about horrible things happening and get rid of the what if in your vocabulary. This card may signal a time of worry about the future or of trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet in form. In other words, we're talking about squirrel getting ready for stuff. We're talking about the rebirth with the bat, and here's Rabbit wanting to call fears. So what were we just talking about a few minutes ago? About having no fear going into the next year. And so, you know, I can see where these are tied together. So rabbit, calls fear to them. So pulling the rabbit card right side up is like, okay, so you be aware of that. Don't be standing out in the field hollering for stuff to come eat you. Serendipity. Does that so that card? Those cards were for you, right, Joe? So did they make sense? I see where those cards are absolutely tied together. You know, cool beans. Now, I can see where they're tied together, but now whether or not they mean anything to you, that's another story. But I can absolutely see with them, those cards are related in whatever instance it is.
Color always having to stand for something in our work. Just the cartoonist.
Because the world's a racist place.
And that's why I keep it light.
Keep it light.
Sorry about that. My computer on here in the background, and hit the buzzer and it started. All right, so what time is it? I'm good for a little while. I know we got a couple of more, right? Oh, ain't no Mister in it, but you're welcome. Hey, Miss Pearl. I like to pull them, and especially when they make sense to me when they're related, and it's like, I just hope it makes sense to you, but I like pulling this damn bat card 3 times tonight. Amber, Johan, and Susie Q. Oh yeah, Tracy. Yeah, Tracy's next, I would say. Yeah, I remember that. If Tracy hasn't gone yet, she is next, says Amber. Okay. So Tracy, I'm assuming, especially since Amber said you are, that that's all I got left of my cigarette, so it won't take me but a minute here. All right, I'm gonna shuffle the cards here just a second. Miss Tracy B. Everything been going okay for you, Miss Tracy? All right. So, yeah, they want me to do the splits. So, hang on. If I don't get the right, like, 2 halves kind of thing, they make me do it over again. It doesn't really matter what order they fall into once I put them together, but it matters whether or not, like right now, I'm just feeling the deck and to see if they want me to, and they want me to do the split thing again like this, and I turn the cards and then I shuffle them together like this. Nothing complicated, but that's my method. And I'll sit here and hold them. And if they want me to do that again, then otherwise, then I start going through the cards and looking for the change as I feel underneath them, kind of thing. So, CB. Ooh. Eagle, number one. Ooh. With a backup skunk. Meaning that skunk says, respect who you are, right? So, but I'm going to read Eagle here in a second. But so you got a very strong card with Eagle, and it's number one in the book. It's card number is number one. So, and I can't right now. I can't remember. Eagle is spirit, and it is in a straight up position. So that's good. Eagle, fly high, touch the great spirit. Share your medicine, touch me, honor me, so that I may know you too. Eagle medicine is the power of the great spirit, the connection to the divine. It is the ability to live in the realm of the spirit and yet remain connected and balanced within the realm of the earth. Eagle soars and is quick to observe expansiveness within the overall pattern of life. From the heights of the clouds, Eagle is close to the heavens where the great spirit dwells. My cigarette went out. You knew that was the next card? The feathers of eagles are considered to be the most sacred of all healing tools. You just don't get them, you have to earn them. They have been used for centuries by shamans to cleanse the auras of patients coming to them for healing. Within the belief systems of Native American tribes, eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the test of initiation, which result in the taking of one's personal power. There's a lot of words there. But you accept a state of grace with eagle. Flying wings like eagle, fly high. Iron Maiden, yep. You got your hawk feathers. I'm a rooster, buddy, so there you go, eagle hawk, or chicken hawk. There you go. If you have pulled this symbol, eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage. For the universe is presenting you with an opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. The power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the places within your soul. This is heavy duty. Within your soul or your personality, your emotions, or your psyche that need bolstering or refinement. I've talked with some folks over the years and I say, I've asked some folks, they say, well, I know all about this and I've got this and I understand this. And I go, yeah, okay. But give yourself like another year. Give yourself 5 years. Give yourself 10 years. And if you live long enough, 20 years. And then ask yourself to go back over those same things. And you go, well, wait a minute, what you talking about? Well, about your spirit and what you understand and what you feel that you understand. And if you tell me you feel the same way 20 years from now, I'll kiss your feet, chicken fight. But the idea is that no, but that comes with wisdom. So the power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the places within your own soul So you got to be aware of what's going on, and you got to be willing to take that trip within. So by looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. So you say, what the hell does that mean, Hawkeye? It means that, you pay attention to what's going on. But if you're looking off in the distance and which is good, and that's what Eagle should be doing. At the same time, you need to make sure that you don't overlook what's right next to you, that you just look beyond it too far. So let me see. By looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. So not only are you looking to say, well, I can visualize everything that's around the nest right here, and I can see off, over to the trees over there, but can you present what's, off on the horizon to where the river is or the lake is or whatever, whatever else is off in the distance. In learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown, the wings of your soul will be supported by the ever-present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit. So with any fears that you may have, if you have faith, then you know that the breath of the Great Spirit will always lift your wings. How about that one? So if Eagle is majestically soared into your cards, you are being put on notice to reconnect with the elements of air. Air is of the mental plane and in this instance, it is of the higher mind. Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms and is always related to the creative force of the Great Spirit. If you've been walking in the shadows of former realities, Eagle brings illumination. Eagle teaches you to look higher, to touch the grandfather's son, to touch it with your heart, to love the shadow as well as the light. See the beauty in both, and you will take flight like the eagle. Eagle medicine is the gift we give ourselves to remind us of the freedom of the skies. Eagle asks you to give yourself permission to legalize freedom and to follow the joy your heart desires. Now, how about that one right there? Okay, so take that one for what you will, right? I can honestly say, see Joe turn 180 this year. Proud of you, brother. Tracy, that was for you, right? So, makes sense to you? Yeah, Eagles always, you accept it? Cool, beans.
Yeah, keep the light.
Oh, shut up. All right, so how we doing on time and everything? It's been 2 hours and 4 minutes. Can I put something in the bowl? And Amber's next. Can I put something in the bowl and take like a little quick break? I want something to drink, and I never did get that cigarette. My other cigarettes are up there, and I want something in that bowl. So, Amber, if that's all right with you. At the moment, I'm not under any kind of duress or anything, so I'm not too tired at the moment. Oh, they're right. They're right there. All I got to do is stand up and sit back down. Oh, crap. That was a long way to go for a pack of cigarettes. But I also had this tiny little nub I want to put in my pipe. Whose birthday is it? Is it really somebody's birthday? Oh, okay. Amber Dawn, what's that flower you got on? Something, something, do. Amber Dawn, what's that flower? You're Virgo? And I'm barely a Libra. 24th of September is barely into being a Libra. But I have argued that I am for years. Because even though I'm born on the cusp, damn near on the 24th, you know, Libras and Virgo aren't supposed to get along too well. And so it was like, my pops, rest his soul. God bless you, Arnie. And in Arnie's name, we say thank you. That I've been fighting all my life to be balanced because I was Virgo. More Virgo than anything else. Damn it. You know, you're a Gemini. My son is Gemini, and he will either come to see me or he won't. I haven't seen him in almost 20 years, so 15 years anyway. Long time I hold a grudge. I guess I might go to my grave with him holding a grudge, so can't help that. But anyway, we'll pretend it's 20 after. Ooh, that was a good one. Ooh, that fresh little nubby right there. That was a good one. All right, so Amber, this is for you. Am I getting this right? Yes, actually. Yeah, June 19th. Yep. I was trying not to think about it. But I'm pretty sure that's right. Yep. Wherever you're remembering, that's pretty good. Oh, your daughter's is June 19th as well. Well, that's interesting correlation. So, Amber, this is for you, right? Before I go cutting the cards and everything, right? Double check my. I want to put the buck down. And my pops' birthday was September the 19th. And my sister's birthday is February the 19th. So Amber's turn, right? And I'm shuffling the cards for her. Amber, I don't know if I've pulled a card for you before. So just in case, close your eyes and hold your hand up, to do that thing. And let my gang, guys and gals, I know I call my spirit guys a lot of times and I don't think that's fair, but there are times when it feels like there's two or three of them sitting up there, playing cards. All right, it's cut enough. All right, so here we go. Anna, how are you? Shh, don't help. No, actually, it's a chicken. It's a grouse. God, I was like, oh, for God's sakes, don't let it be a bat. you know, y'all be thinking I'm stacking the deck here, and I am. I mean, I'm shuffling through each time and I'm taking my time and it's like, okay, what's this card? Well, here's deer. Well, we have had the deer card. So, but deer card is not the primary one, the grouse is. So, but since we've had deer before, and the fact that it's straight up, deer is saying that with innocence, we can crush all fear, and by doing that, we have access to sacred mountain at all times. So deer, this is a reinforcing card for tonight, in my humble opinion, because I pulled it before. But the fact that I pulled it along with the grouse card, and I haven't pulled grouse in a long time, and it's straight up. So this is interesting. Have pulled some new cards tonight, but at the same time, pulling new cards. I say new cards in that, but there's a lot. I have a lot of repetition. I'm mirror in Vedic. That's the deer. Oh well, that's interesting. But the message of deer being the innocence thingy, where is grouse? Hang on, I got confused here. Yeah, so the gentleness is the deer. Yeah, the grouse is the dance, right? But so to reinforce the deer card that I pulled before, and this one is the reminder is gentleness, so that we can conquer the worstest of demons with gentleness. And grouse is number 34, 29. Sacred spiral. So the innocence, gentleness of the deer combined with the grouse and the sacred spiral. So grouse of sacred spiral and leading us on to reach the everlasting heights where we can live as one. Grouse once flocked in abundance in North America, but now, even on the plains where the birds were so plentiful before, there is an absence of them. Many Plains Indians tribes dance the grouse dance to honor these birds. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth. Birth and rebirth, bat. We've had this one before, ain't we? So the ribbed tunnel of eternal return. The sacred spiral is also one of the oldest known symbols for personal power. When you think of grouse medicine, visualize a whirlpool or even a tornado, for the sacred spiral will take you to the center. The spiral is a metaphor for personal vision and enlightenment. Many initiates on a vision quest paint spirals on their bodies and believe that the great mystery will favor them with visions of power and purpose because of this symbol. The whirling dervishes of certain Sufi orders are masters of the spiral dance and can transcend to higher states of awareness through the repetition of this sacred movement. It is said that dervishes can travel to the center of the spiral and return with any magical power that they choose. In the dervish state, one enters the great silence and has direct communication with the Creator. By spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, the dervish draws or repulses specific energies. Sufi dancing in a system which connects one with the divine source through ritual treatment of motion. So the sacred spiral is the ritual of motion. So if you're just sitting still, then get up and move. You know, many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize your inner life. Grouse medicine, however, is an invitation in the dance. Grouse celebrates the divine source through its sacred spiral dance and offers this dance to you as a gift. You can spend a lifetime learning Grouse's lesson on how to harmonize your dance with Mother Earth's cycles and how to offer the dance as a creation of selfless beauty. Get them hula hoops out. But so the personal dance is your connection to Mother Earth, and it's your let's see what I love this line. You celebrate through the divine source, through its sacred spiral dance, and offers this dance to you as a gift. So for you to get up and dance, it's a gift, you know, and Grouse is saying, come on, get up, I'll be your partner, get up and dance. Come on, let's dance, right? So Grouse's lesson on how to harmonize your dance with Mother Earth's energy cycles and how to offer the dance as a creation of selfless beauty. So no matter what it looks like, no matter how you may feel, I don't know if this looks stupid or not, that ain't it. It's the fact that as you offer your dance, it's a creation of selfless beauty. So I forgot who that was for. You don't need no stinking partner. Who was that for just now? Amber, that was you, right? Was that who was that just for? I just freaked out for a second. I need to hit my pipe once more. Amber. Okay. Does that make sense? To the grouse dance, you know. I know that when I was first told about certain things over the years, the Native American dude told me, he goes, listen, you know, he was like, you know, wait until you hear the drum. And I said, well, what do you mean? I said, I was at a powwow. And he goes, well, no, wait until you hear the drum when you're not at the powwow. And I was like, what? He goes, wait until you hear the drum and you ain't nowhere near a powwow. You just wait. Yeah, let's all dance, not just Amber, but in that it's the dance is that here we offer it as a selfless. You get up and dance and you go, thank you to the creator and thank you to the universe and hey, thank you, and do offer this little dance selflessly, right? You just do it. And but that is your own creation. And nobody can take that's a piece of artwork that's only going to last as long as you're dancing. But you give it freely and with your heart and with your energy. And that's sacred. That's sacred. Collect dollar bills. Boom. But it's sacred, Yeah, dance with the spirit and for the spirit, because the spirit's saying it's okay to dance, And by the way, it's okay to dance, but come dance with me. Because Grouse is saying, it ain't free, Hawkeye. What ain't? I'm not dancing with Hawkeye until you braid that hair. Yeah, it is a little unruly, ain't it? Yeah, it needs brushed badly. It got tangles in it, and it's all kind of fluffing around over here on this side tonight. So, but anyway. Or at least put it in a squeegee. Yeah, if I had it in and it got all tangled up and I was just like, tonight's the night. I'm just going to let it hang freely. So, but anyway, how about that? Let me have another hit off of this. And yeah, dance club. Yeah. I used to dance with old people and now I am old. I wonder if they'd still pay me to be a gigolo. Just a gigolo everywhere I go. I really do love dancing. We can dance if we want to. We can dance with the dum da da dum da da dum da dum da dum bum ba bum. Yeah, but I used to know the words of that. Okay, so who did the song We Can Dance If You Want To? I can't remember the band. Help. All right, help. Is Travis next? You hear banana hammock? And if your friends don't, and if your friends don't dance, then they ain't no friends of mine. You can dance if you want to. Yeah, but okay. So who was the safety dance? That's the name of it. There ain't no friends of mine. So we can all dance it. Yeah. So we're all friends because we're all dancing. And whether or not we are, we know about it. Devo, Roots. Woo! Somebody spoke up from the background. Devo. I was kind of sort of thinking in those terms, but I was like, whoever it is that's doing that, you could dance if you want to. I was like, I'll never think of their name. We can dance. We can dance. It wasn't Devo. Dancing on the ceiling. That was oh man, the black guy. Lionel Richie, I think, was dancing on the ceiling. Maybe. Lionel Richie, I think. because I have a low ceiling up there in the loft, and we used to. Was it? Am I right, Lionel, Tracy? So the low ceiling and dancing on the ceiling was Men Without Hats. Y'all had time to look it up, didn't you? That's all right with me. Let me shut up and hit this, and then I'll do another. You can dance if you want to. Yeah, if I could play it in the background, I would. I got, they nailed me one time for that. I think I played a Beatles song in the background, and they wouldn't let me publish the whole video because I played a Beatles song in the background. No parking on the dance floor. No spinning, Oh yeah, let's blame it on Amber. Amber Dawn, what's that perfume you got on? Oh, I'll make up shit if you don't watch out. Is my dog in the house? Yeah, okay. Before I started, I'm collecting the cards again and get ready for. I'm dancing the night away, dancing, dancing. Whoa, dancing the night away. I'm not naked yet. I'm naked under my clothes. Say, are you wearing underwear? No, said, no, sir. I'm naked under my clothes. Devo was Whip It. There you go. Whip it good. Doom, 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 doom. No, wait, I got a different song that's going through my head. It's trying to mix in with it. Okay, so who is this one for? Damn, I just forgot with Devo. This is too much fun for me. This is for Travis. Okay, all right, Travis. And you beat to beat. Travis, okay. All right, hang on. Let me get my Travis. Travis. Close your eyes, raise your hand. This is for Travis. Do I need, okay, they want me to flip these around and do this number? It ain't gonna matter. Just stick them in there. Okay. Sometimes it don't make sense to me why I'm flipping the cards around. But in the long run, especially tonight, so Travis, this is for you. Let me shuffle through these here and elk with a backup booster of squirrel, which we pulled squirrel earlier, and we know it's about, being prepared for stuff and not being too over prepared. But now here's elk. And elk is I'm gonna see if it's number 3 on the cards. I wonder how my battery's doing. Oh, elk is number 3. Stamina. Stamina. Elk, your antlers reach for the sun. Show me that strength and stamina are one. Elk wandered through the forest looking for a partner. The mating season was in full swing, and the bucks that usually travel with their other males have dispersed to find mates for the season. As Elk bellows his mating call through the forest, his bugling alerted Mountain Lion that a feast could be in the making. So Mountain Lion circles around Elk, getting closer to his prey moment by moment. Elk senses the impending danger when the forest grew suddenly silent. He broke for the high country. When the forest grew suddenly, he broke for the high country when he spotted his pursuer. But Mountain Lion was far behind. As Elk made a running leap for the timber lion, Mountain Lion gained on him. But Elk continued to run onward, displaying tremendous stamina. Finally, Mountain Lion gave up, having spent his energy in spurts as he tried to jump over boulders to reach Elk. Elk paced himself, making headway as he climbed skyward towards the high country. Elk had no other defense except his ability to go the distance, setting a pace that allowed him to utilize his stamina and energy to its fullest. Nobody in here is older than me. That's all there is to that. Johan, you got to run. Hitting the sack. Well, don't hit it too hard. Elk medicine teaches that pacing yourself will increase your stamina. Elk medicine people may not be the first ones to arrive at a goal, but they always arrive without getting burned out. If you have taken on too much recently, it might be a good idea to look at how you plan to finish the race, what you have started without ending up in the hospital. Elk have a curious kind of warrior energy because, except at mating time, they honor the company of their own gender. They can call on the medicine of brotherhood or sisterhood. In discovering the strength which is gained from loving the gender that is your own, you will feel the comradeship that arises from similarity of expression. Now, in this time of, homosexuality kind of thing, this means that guys can get along with guys without feeling intimidated, period. It doesn't mean they're going to go, ooh, let's get butt naked and go. But at the same time, if a couple of guys want to go have a sweat lodge and they do get butt naked, it ain't no big deal. Oh, there were a couple of guys that got butt naked. Oh, shut up. So it means that. It means that a couple of guys can get together and go into a sweat lodge and not have to worry about, well, you don't got no underwear on, or some bullshit like that. So if you pick the elk medicine, you may be telling yourself to seek the company of your own gender for a while. That could be male or female, right? You may need a support group to realign yourself with the stamina of the warrior or the warrioress energy that you are a part of. This communication with others of your own sex allows you to air your feelings in safety. So you want to bitch about, oh, them damn women's lib folks. Well, get around a bunch of guys and y'all just crew about it. So that's sort of what, and the same thing with women. Those men, they're all a damn like. Okay, so get out your frustrations. you know. This communication with others of your own sex allows you to air out your feelings in safety and to get feedback from others who have had the same experience, you know? And sometimes you just need to air it out. And you might not even know you need to air it out until you need to air it out. You may need a new sense of community or communication in unity. That's interesting. Elk could also be telling you to look at how you are holding up physically to the stresses that you put in your life. And you may need to pace yourself so that you can maintain an equilibrium of energy over the distance that you plan to cover. Now, there might be somebody out there just sort of, just kind of chunking along and everything is like, well, Australian greeting or New Zealand, huh? But so anyway, so that your energy in the long run, spiritual energy as well, it's how long do you intend to put up to do this? Do you intend to be on, for me, I've chosen for the last 20 years to be on a shaman's path. Not everybody chooses that. So, but whatever path you choose, are you choosing it? You can make changes along the way if you want to, but if you've decided to make a choice of some sort, so elk, so how much stamina do you have? Are you like really going gung ho at this, but it's a short distance? And at the end of it, you've got the lions at your heels and you're already tuckered out and you don't have any strength to go on. So elk might be telling you to look at your stamina over however, have you even considered how long you're going to do what you're doing? You know what I mean? So anyway, that's that warning from there, which is not necessarily a warning. That's good medicine, elk is stamina. So make sure that you got enough energy to keep it up, Oh, to keep it up. Anyway, how does that one work? Cougars at your heels. At my age, I don't know if there are any such things. They'd have to be in their 80s. Yeah, don't forget to dodge. Dodge, thrust, and parrier. Yeah, is that what you're talking about, Scotty boy? Yeah, I'm doing the fencing thing. Dodge, thrust, yeah. I wish I had somebody to do that with because, having tried sword fighting when I was in theater and having done so well at it, I was like, man, I just wish I had somebody, if we just had sticks, to like do the old thingy. But anyway, so who's next? Susie's next. Okay. I'm going to finish this cigarette. Damn it. It keeps going out, which is okay, right? Barry says it's Susie. Scotty boy. So how's my batting average? Was it fitting? Honestly, the thing about stamina? And one of the things that I think the book tries to stress is like the sexuality of it, the stamina. And it's like, well, yeah, but no, I think, you're being chased by a lion kind of stamina, and but spirit wise too, for me, it's like Sometimes we think we got this covered for the long haul, and then after a little while you go, oh, some bitch, you know, I forgot I had heart trouble. You know, I mean, I'm not going as quick as I thought I could do. It was fitting. Okay. Some things we can make fit, then other things are fitting. So far, everyone has been very happy. Well, thank you, Scotty boy. Now, I'm almost done with my cigarette. And Susie Q, you're next. Is that right? I done forgot that quick. There's so many of you in here tonight, and it's wonderful to have you here and to be able to pull cards and have these discussions and stuff. It really is great. Yeah, okay, Susie. Yeah, I remember. All right, I'm almost done with my break. And I'm glad y'all hang out with me and, you know, let me take my time with this. Not that I'm trying to be fast or slow, but I hate things to drag, you know. But after 2.5 hours, I have to pace myself, stamina. That comes in. I usually sleep pretty good, but anyway, besides that, thank you. Well, but for me, Amber, I gotta say that I've been wanting to do this card reading for a while to offer it my services back to you all. And I know y'all are so going, what the hell? What's he talking about? Give it back to you. But it's like, in order to perform my duties as a shaman, I have to do this. But not if I'm careful with my stamina, Scotty. That's one of the things I'm learning about this. And one of the things this last 2 weeks has taught me in my sickness is because I've been thinking about this a lot. They have really been cramming it down me, both ends. And you know, it's like, you know, as soon as you get well, you're gonna do cards again. And it's like, yeah, okay. No, you're not just gonna say it, you're gonna fucking do it. Yeah, I know. I've talked about this. That's where they were arguing with me. And I was trying to like stand up for myself. And I was not winning. You know, and they were like, no, there's been times you could have pulled a couple of cards, you know, and I was like, yeah, well, if I don't feel like pulling and doing it for the evening, then I don't really feel like, then that's just an excuse. And I was like, yeah, but it's a good excuse. No, it's not. You know, it might be that you only need to pull 2 or 3 cards some nights, but those 2 or 3 cards really mean something to somebody. And you don't know that. Oh, you don't know that. So, as a shaman in training, you know, I've like, man, I wish I could pull cards tonight. Might pull 2 or 3. Well, but does that mean that only 2 or 3 people need to have cards pulled? And so my fear has been, so if I pull 2 or 3 cards and 5 people want cards and I don't have the energy, then it's difficult for me to say no, so I don't pull any cards. See, so in this understanding and back and forth and argument with myself and my spirit guides, and they're like, we're having, we have to, we got to figure out a different way to do this. Because in order for me to, and I hate to use this term, but in order for me to perform my duties as a shaman in training, then I've got to help people. I've got to be a spiritual something, you know. And God forbid, I know y'all ain't trying to worship me in no ways or nothing like that. It's like, oh, hail, great David, man. Yeah, you better not be. But Travis, I got you a card earlier, right? But see, that's the point. I don't mind doing it. It is my honor to pull cards for you all. What were the other cards? I done forgot at this point. The last one was elk. I pulled deer, which is gentleness, and pulled grouse, which is the dance, the spiral. But from my shaman standpoint, I mean, like, they were like, you got duties, Dave. And I'm like, well, yeah, but, and they were like, no, yeah, buts. You've got to make yourself more, you want to be that shaman in training? Yeah. Then you must find more time to pull up that's an upside down bass. Now that's funny. I don't care where you are. But from that, so I was having my argument with my spirit guides while I was in the dream time here these last 10 days, right? So in the sickness, they were teaching me, brother, let me tell you. And I was like, but the cards are important, but not everybody needs them all the time. I was just making up all kinds of excuses. And I just was not winning the argument. Because after it was presented in the way it had to be shredded and then kind of sort of put back together again a little bit and then shredded some more. And I realized that, oh, there have been times when I've just said, I don't feel like it tonight. When maybe that's when I needed to do it, not necessarily for me, but for somebody out yonder who's like, wow, Dave, I sure am glad you're on tonight. You'll pull a card for me? Yeah, okay. I'm good for a couple tonight. I'll pull one for you. And it might be that's that one person that needed to have that card pulled. And who am I to judge as the shaman in training to judge, which is what I'm doing? Do I have the judgment call to say, well, no, I'm not going to pull a card tonight because I don't feel like it, Well, wait a minute, it might not be, yeah, that's it. Don't want to. No, I don't want it, but at the same time you go, but wait a minute. But as the shaman in training, my spirit guides are going, yeah, but that just might be the night you need to do it. Really? Yes. And that's what we mean. Oh. So see, I'm still learning. I'm a shaman in training. So with this new year coming up and with this quote new enlightenment again, I've always wanted to do it, but I've honestly made excuses. Well, I don't want to, which is a really good one. Don't want to. That hits it right there, Amber. Don't want to. I'm watching a movie, or maybe I'm listening to a podcast or something, and don't want to. And I've been trying to want to do something just like in the afternoon time. But there are other folks that are doing things, and well, I don't want to do something like this and it be the wrong time of day. All kinds of excuses, right? And so rather than come up with excuses, we did pull the worm earlier on Roberts. The worm? But with that said though, so as my shaman role is that there are times when I think that I need to put myself out there a little more for whatever the day or the time or the whatever. I just need to be there. And so it's like, and so after they beat me up for 10 days with sickness, I finally agreed to shut up and do what they asked me to do. So Lord have mercy. Sometimes sometimes see these initiations uh, that they pull on you to, to get you to learn a lesson. Oh, it's literally the shits. All right, Susie Q, this is for you. All right. I don't really need you to, but close your eyes and raise your hand, and let me get the cards lined back up here. All right, I'm getting back. I'm not really out of the mode, actually. I feel really connected for some reason tonight, which is I'm grateful for. It doesn't really matter how they go in there, do it. All right, Susie Q. They want me to do one more split and thing. All right. There we go. Y'all quit thinking it. I'm not looking. If I pull the bat card, no, but it's a rodent. Without wings. Oh no, these are two good cards, but dolphin, but it's upside down. That doesn't necessarily mean bad things. And then we have mouse, which I think is scrutiny, if I can remember correctly. And mouse is, well, let me see. What number is it? It's number 30. And dolphin is number 40. Interesting. I've pulled mouse before, but it's been a while. Oh, that's a 20. Oh, well. Keep going. Yeah, mouse is scrutiny. So, mouse, if I could see the world through your tiny eyes, maybe then I would know how to scrutinize. Every detail carries weight and true to its purpose, has its perfect puzzle place to stop the three-ring circus. So mouse is about scrutiny. Mouse says, I will touch everything with my whiskers in order that I may know it. Paradoxically, this is both a great power and a very great weakness. Okay. Now this, Susie, this is for you, right? It is good medicine to see up close. It is good medicine to pay attention to detail, but it is bad medicine to chew every little thing to pieces. Mouse has many predatory enemies, including birds and snakes and cats. Since mouse is food for many, it has a highly developed sense of danger at every turn. So-called civilization is a highly complex set of components, which calls for more and more organizational skills and scrutiny to detail is more important every year. Mouse is a powerful medicine to have in these modern times. Things that might appear insignificant to others take on enormous importance to mouse. So does this apply in any way? Mouse people anger many other medicine types because they appear to be nitpickers. Mouse people will spot the lint on your coat even if it matches in color. They sort and categorize and file away for later use. They may even seem like they are hoarding, but this is the farthest thing from Mouse's mind. They are merely putting everything in order so that they will be able to explore it more carefully at a later date. The chiefs tell us that without mouse medicine, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning that there is always more to learn. One can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper. If your personal medicine is mouse, you may be fearful of life, but very well organized, with a compartment for everything. Scrutiny. If mouse is in your card spread, its medicine is telling you to scrutinize. Look at yourself and others carefully without overdoing it now. Maybe that big hunk of cheese is sitting on a trigger that will spring a deadly trap. Maybe the cat is in the pantry waiting for you. Maybe someone to whom you have delegated authority, such as a doctor, a lawyer, or even a plumber, is not doing the job faithfully. The message is to see what is right before your eyes and to take action accordingly. Now, the second one here was number 40, which is dolphin upside down. And so scrutinize, without chewing it to pieces. Yeah, anxiety can be, because mouse wants to do that, and you got to be careful. Dolphin, breathe with me, the breath of the divine, manna of the universe, in oneness we entwine. Dolphin is manna. Dolphin speaks to us of the breath of life, the only thing that humans cannot go without for more than a few minutes. We can live without water and food for days, but oxygen is the source of our sustenance. Within the breath, we encounter the rhythm of energy that all life exists. In changing the rate of rhythmic texture in our breath, we can tap into any other life form or creature by regulating your breath. A lot to this. This is very easy way to connect with the divine energy coming from the Great Spirit, as well as with your own personal rhythms. Dolphin is the keeper of the sacred breath of life and teaches us how to release emotions through dolphin breath. Dolphin creates rhythm, swimming through the water and breathing before submerging, then holding its breath for the duration of the underwater travel. As dolphin comes above water again, it blows its breath out as in a manner resembling the popping of a cork. We can use the same technique to pull the stopper on our tensions and create total relaxation. This is a good medicine exercise to use before entering the silence. Now, contrary dolphin. So there's a whole nother page of dolphin, but I want to get to the contrary. So, but it is about mana, it is about breathing. If dolphin appears reversed, know that you are forgetting to breathe. You may be under stress and your body may need manna. You may be starving your cells and organs, no matter how many vitamins you may be taking. Your natural cycle may be fouling up. Pay close attention to your health and your feelings. If you are on the edge or just tense, take time to relax and breathe the life force into your muscles. Focus on relaxing and releasing old breath of the bottom of your lungs and refilling your respiratory system with regenerative manna. Breathe from the diaphragm and fill the lungs to capacity. Then exhale from the chest to the belly, allowing your body to totally relax as you breathe out. Another message of Contrary Dolphin is that many signals are carried through universal tides or waves, and you may be failing to use your own sonar. To detect these wave patterns, you may need to realign yourself with natural rhythms within your own body. Then it is necessary to use the dolphin breath to connect to universal awareness and signals. Dolphin says to dive deeply into the water, to play by the coral reefs, and to discover the beauty of the rhythm of breath. That's a heavy duty one. So you got scrutinize with the mouse and to pay attention and to organize things. But at the same time, I can see this as like regulating yourself and make sure that you breathe right, you know? So how was that one, Suzuki? Is it a 20 break? Oh, yeah. It says lovely. So that sounded nice. And it sounded healthy, like, you know, because there's nothing wrong. And, you know, I have learned here recently myself that as a shaman in training and so forth, you know, being sick for 10 days, you forget to breathe. You literally forget to breathe and how to breathe correctly. And the older I get, there's times when the body just says, and I go, well, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? You go, well, I forgot to breathe the other day. Well, really? Well, okay, you know, I need to go back to breathing again, you know, and so it's the dumbest things that in life you say you need to be reminded to breathe. Yeah, it's like that video I did the other day about you know, stay away from the belching lava. You know, how many people need to be reminded of that? You know, and I'm yeah, picking and everything, but at the same time, this you know, it's a say, but did you remember to breathe today? Well, wait a minute, I'm not. Oh, damn it, I'm not sure. You know, I'm going to have to take my meds here in a minute before I wait too much longer. The man dolphins are like I'm horny. Shaking my what? Puff puff passing. Here I am. I'm ready. I'll tell you what, it's 71. It's not like every day am I horny, but I'm still horny at 71. You know? And somebody said, what does that matter? And it's like, because I'm 71, and what am I supposed to do about this? You know, I thought I was going to have a mate. I don't want to go looking for anybody. I'm not into dating, but, you know, I thought that, you know, and it would be nice to just not be horny. You know, it would be nice to let that go away. Damn it. You know, it's okay. But you know, it life's lessons and so forth. It's like there's one. Yeah, that's true. But there are times, and it's like, well, you know, it just gets in the way. Literally, it just gets in the way. So, but too many years that I had to chase skirts, thinking that that's where my love was, right? And several marriages and relationships later, and you know, none of them worked. And as much as you know, I was trying to make them work, you know, I realized that a couple of them were simply in lust. I wasn't in love; I was in lust. You know, and there's a big difference. Okay, all right. I just shuffled cards and I forgot who I'm doing this for. You're next, Barry, and last. Really? You're the last in line? Okay. All right, Barry, then this is for you. No, they say I'm good. All I need to do is just a shuffle on the buffalo. Barry, quite contrary. How does your chickens grow? Well, that's interesting. Scotty didn't get one though. Oh, okay. Scotty didn't get one. I'll pull one for Scotty just because. In fact, they said, Scotty got one? Really? Well, here a spirit card just sent me one. So Barry, your card is Hawk. Mod delete what, please? And then to Scotty boy, right? You didn't get one, right? You got hummingbird upside down. So you both got a card out of that. So I had already chosen the Hawk card when it was like you said, and I was like, wait a minute. So they just said, keep going. Here's one. Well, Scotty boy, you did. So upside down hummingbird is your card. And so, but that Hawk is Barry's card, which is number 2 in the book, by the way. And Hawk is the messenger. And Hawk's the messenger of the sky. Circle my dreams and teach me the message as we fly. Hawk is akin to Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Hawk medicine teaches you to be observant, to look at your surroundings. Observe the obvious in everything that you do. Life is sending you signals. Life is the initiation. The hummingbird. I'm going to get to that in a minute. If you pulled the Hawk card, then right now, a clue about the magic of life is being brought to you. A clue to the magic of life is being brought to you. Okie doke. This magic can imbue you with the power to overcome a currently stressful or difficult situation. The test is your ability to observe the nuances of power lurking nearby. Is power the talent you have and are not using? Are solutions always hard to find because you have lost the broader vision of Hawk? Or is the Great Spirit displaying a gift that you need only to receive? Have the colors of the morning inspired you to create? Or has the gloominess of a present situation left you earthbound, unable to hear the voice within the raindrops splashing on your window? Pay attention. You are only as powerful as your capacity to perceive, receive, and use your abilities. Now, that's one hell of a. Let me read that last part again. I'm sure I've read this before, but um, pay attention. You are only as powerful as your capacity to perceive, receive, and to use your abilities. That's almost what I'm always saying, accept and receive, you know? And so, but that's accept and receive, but, to perceive, to receive, and use your abilities. That kind of rhymes, don't it? What is called for here is an intuitive ability to discern the message carried within the cry of Hawk. The shrillness of Hawk's call pierces the state of unawareness and asks you to seek the truth. The ancients recognized this magnificent bird of prey as a messenger bringing tidings to their earth walk, the good red road, from the world of the grandfathers and grandmothers who lived before them. If Hawk were to magically cry, it was a sign to beware or to be aware. This could mark the coming of a warring tribe, the birth of a child, or the celebration of counting coup. Hawk's cry signaled the need for the beholder to heighten awareness. So heightened awareness there, Barry, and receive a message. Apparently there's one out there. You just need to be aware. Okie dokie. So Hawk medicine is a totem that is filled with responsibility because Hawk people see the overall view. Yeah, it's a damn curse. Hawk is not like Mouse. What? Who sees everything through a magnifying glass. Hawk medicine people are aware of oneness. Are aware of omens. Messages from the spirit and the color of the calling card you gave them last. If Hawk is circled and landed in your card spread, you are to be aware of signals in your life. So notice and receive them. Hawk may be teaching you to grab an opportunity which is coming your way. On the other hand, Hawk may be bringing you the message that you should circle over your life and examine it from a higher perspective. Now, there's never anything wrong with that. Just take that circle up a little higher and just take a better look, to see what's up, You never know. From this vantage point, you may be able to discern the hazards which bar you from freedom of flight. Remember, Hawk has a keen eye and a bold heart, for Hawk flies close to the light of the grandfather sun. Now, that's for you, Barry. No, Scatty boy. We are looking for number 44, the hummingbird upside down. That's the opportunities just over the horizon, Miss Amber. Yeah, now that's deep, ain't it? For real? And especially for conversations we've had, just stuff in general. Hummingbird is joy. Let me get a swallow of my coffee here. And then, did anybody else want a card? Is this honestly the last one? Hummingbird is joy. Hummingbird, joyful little sister, nectar that you crave. All the sweetness of the flowers is the love that you gave. Okay, I will. Hummingbird is joy. Now, this is one of the other things my buddy and I were talking about, that hummingbird came in, and then all of a sudden it was like hummingbird. Well, wait a minute, and then the word joy, and then being hummingbird along with swan and grace, and but anyway, and those things that are tied in, and deer, and the innocence factor, and being able to get to uh, um, Spirit Mountain without it, having to bump into any demons along the way. It's open to us, and there are many people who are afraid to go to Sacred Mountain and to go visit the creator, or the great spirit, because they're afraid of all the demons along the way, and they're fearful and the religion holds them down, and religion says, well, you can't go there. You're not qualified. There are demons and things along the way. You can't go there. Who qualifies you, you peon, to be able to get to the Spirit Mountain, Sacred Mountain? And Deer says so. That's why. But anyway, so hummingbird is joy. Those glasses were just damn dirty. Oh, this is a little better. Roots, did you want a card? I don't think I pulled one for you. So just saying, I'm still ready. I'll read this one, and if you're up to it. Hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that a certain dance done properly would bring about the return of the animals, and that white people would disappear. That's what it says. Once again, the original people would know the joy of the old ways. In Mayan teachings, hummingbird is connected to the black sun and the fifth world. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. Yeah, I want to read that again. The hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that a certain dance done properly, the ghost dance, would bring about the return of the animals, and that white people would disappear. The song of hummingbird awakens the medicine flowers. Hummer sings a vibration of pure joy. Yeah, isn't that special? Flowers love hummingbird because nectar sucking brings about the reproduction of their families. Plants and flowers live because of hummingbird. Hummingbird can fly in any direction, up, down, backward, sideways. Hummingbird can also hover in one spot and appear to be motionless. Great Spirit created hummingbird to be slightly different from other feathered creatures. Because of their magical qualities, hummingbird feathers have been used for a millennium in making of love charms. It is said that hummingbird conjures love as no other medicine does, and that hummingbird feathers open the heart. If hummingbird is your personal medicine, you love life and its joys. Your presence brings joy to others. You join people together in relationships which bring out the best of them. You know instinctively where beauty abides, and near or far, you journey to your ideal. If hummingbird is contrary in your cards in any configuration, it speaks to you in matters of the heart. How or why has your heart center closed? Have you done something callous to another, causing them to shut off the love they once felt for you? The contrary hummingbird may presage sorrow and the inability to see the many blessings we two-leggeds have been given, and the primordial beauty that surrounds us. If contrary hummingbird sings its forlorn song, perhaps you should journey into your personal pain and know that your sorrow is your joy in another reflection. That's just weird. The contrary hummingbird may presage sorrow and the inability to see the many blessings we two-leggeds have been given, and the primordial beauty that surrounds us. Now, I can see that, in the walk of life kind of thing. Yeah, this is the upside down factor. Yep. And so the primordial beauty that surrounds us, there are times when I can see that, it's like, well, I can see outside and I understand the beauty of the universe and thank you, Mother Earth. But then there is just like, well, it's almost like you take it for granted. And but the forlorn song can be that you just think that you're being bored. It's almost like an illusion. So you journey into your personal pain and know that your sorrow ain't really sorrow. It's joy in another reflection. What an interesting, like, what? Wait a minute, what? So, yeah, so an upside down hummingbird. And if it ain't upside down for you, and it could just mean simply that hummingbird is joy in the song and your personal medicine, and and so that's not a bad, uh, with hummingbird. But if it truly is upside down for you, and then, you might have wanted bat, might have wanted an upside down bat instead. Honest, Scotty boy, that worked. Okay, I'm up for one more. How many is that so far? Everybody's gotten a card. Root. Yep, there you go. Root, 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 root. You still here? Because I'm going to shuffle the cards. I know I've been hanging out in the evening, this evening. Okay, you're welcome. Oh, damn it. Cut that out. I keep hitting the pad on the thing. Roots, if I may ask, have you been around a while? Because there's like, you seem in my tiny little brain, recent versus been around for a while with us hanging out. And you're most welcome, by the way. Hey, y'all, where did Roots come from? Is that one of y'all's friend that has come to visit, or is Roots, you slip in from another area? Okay, Roots, since you're new to me, close your eyes and raise your hand and let my folks find you. So we looking for Roots in this. I feel like Edgar Casey or some shit. Like I'm not trying to channel any spirits, but I am. So it's like, okay. Well, but it's not like I'm calling on a particular spirit to help me to do the card reading, you know? So this is interesting, at least for me. Yeah, so they're interesting cards tonight. I'm just yum, eat them up, eat them up. So, Otter. Not getting many, repeats. We got the bat thing. And I think Squirrel showed up a second time to be like, hey, look, this is this is important in this. Where are we at? Otter number 8. Here's one for you. Otter so playful, coquettes by the stream. The medicine of women, the realized dream. So Otter is woman medicine. The medicine held by Otter is a set of lessons in female energy. This applies to both men and women. It's not just one or the other, as all of us have female sides. The otter's hide is very soft, used to make medicine bags for powerful women because it represents balanced female energy. Otter is very caring of its young and will play for hours, permitting all types of acrobats. It lives on land, but always has its home near water. The elements of earth and water are the female elements. At home in both of these elements, Otter is the personification of femininity. Long, sleek, and graceful, Otter is the true coquette of the animal world. Otter is always on the move and is very curious. Unlike other animals, Otter will not start a fight unless it is attacked first. This joyful little critter is adventuresome and assumes that all other creatures are friendly until proven otherwise. These character traits are the beauty of a balanced female side, the side of ourselves that creates a space for others to enter our lives, to create a space for others to enter our lives. Think about that. Create a space for others to enter. If we don't have enough space within us, then we can't share other people, and we may be missing something. Otter teaches us that balanced female energy is not jealous or catty. It is sisterhood, content to enjoy and share the good fortune of others, anchored in the understanding that all accomplishments are worthwhile for the whole tribe. Otter people express joy for others. Long ago in tribal law, if a woman were widowed, her sister would offer her own husband to the widow as a lover to keep her from drying up and not using her creative urges. This is otter medicine too. Envy, or the fear of being replaced, has no space in otter's balanced understanding of sharing goodness. Woman energy without games or control is a beautiful experience. If you have drawn this symbol, otter may be telling you to become the playful child and to simply allow things to unfold in your life. It may be time to stop your addiction to worrying. Otter also teaches the importance of not hanging on to material things that would bind you or become a burden. In looking at how you can learn from Otter's habits, you might look at the joyousness of the receptive side of your nature. Have you given yourself a gift recently? Have you received any messages in your meditations? Become otter and move gently into the river of life. Flow with the waters of the universe. This is the way of the balanced female receptive energy. Honor it. In doing so, you will discover the power of woman. Now, the next other card is Wolf. Number 15. Now, I've had a personal experience with otter on my own river. And years ago, I was doing some ceremonies. I was really early on into my shaman journey here. And down on the river all night long, I drummed and sang and prayed and was down on the river with my canoe. And I had candles sitting in my canoe, and I was sitting on a sandy bank that's down there. And just as I got first light, the the candle went out and the ceremony was over, and within 2 seconds of the candle going out, this otter came up out of the water within arms. I could have reached out with my arm, literally, and patted it on its head, on its nose, and it popped out of the water at me. Didn't splash, it just popped out and smiled and went back under the water. And I went, holy shit. And I've seen the otter up and down the banks. And Brother Ricky, my neighbor, he's seen the otter too. So we have otters in the backyard. And I can tell you they're very playful and very sleek and everything. It is a joy to have them around. So thank you, Scotty. Boy, I was going to ask that, but thought it wasn't none of my business. Wolf is number 15. Next to dog, which is loyalty. Wolf is the teacher. So here's otter with female energies. Wolf, the teacher, the pathfinder, moon dog of my soul. Howling and singing, teaching how to know. And they really, this thing literally came right up on me in the wild. It wasn't like I was at the zoo or something throwing at fish. It was, you know, and the candle went out, which was my light for the night down there, instead of trying to have a fire on the beach. I just lit a candle and did my drumming and everything there and used the candlelight for my ceremony. Nothing special, just very simple, as much as I could. But when that otter popped, the candle went out and the otter popped up out of the water. I was like, talking about freaking out, because within within 5-10 seconds of ending the ceremony, you know, because I asked the universe, I said, to the universe, I said, if I've done this right, give me a sign. So when the otter popped up out of the water, I was like, I guess that's my sign. Here's your sign, Dave. So here's Wolf, was the second card pulled. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and share medicine. Wolf takes one mate for life and is loyal like dog. If you were to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family within the pack, as well as a strong individualistic urge. These qualities make Wolf very much like the human race. As humans, we also have an ability to be a part of society and yet still embody our individual dreams and ideas. In the Great Star Nation, here's the Great Star Nation again, Wolf is represented by the dog star Sirius, which legend tells us was the original home of our teachers in the ancient times. Sirius was thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and is still considered so by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason that native people would formulate this same connection. The sense of Wolf are very keen, and the moon is its power ally. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy, or the unconscious, that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. You want me to read that again? The moon is a symbol for psychic energy, or the unconscious that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. The unconscious holds all kinds of secrets because it's always recording, and the unconscious, because it's connected unconsciously to the universe, it's attached to the quantum, so it holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. Okay, baying at the moon may be an indication of Wolf's desire to connect with new ideas, which are just below the surface of consciousness in that unconscious state. So, brings it out. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us all to come forth and aid the children of the earth in understanding the great mystery of life. It's our responsibility, so as each of us learns something in their thing, it's like for me in my shaman journey, I got to pull some wolf medicine out every once in a while and howl at the moon and remind us each other that this is remember our roots. That's a good one. And this reading's for you, by the way. But this is Wolf as the teacher. If you've drawn Wolf's card, you may be able to share your personal medicine with others. So you never know until you try, kind of thing. But so in all of us, we are teachers. And so we have to find our own voice in that. And I know there are people that's like, well, I don't know. And but for me, I've been teaching stuff for a long, long time. So it was easier for me. It was difficult for me to find this medium. I'm still trying to find my legs, but it ain't about how many likes do I get. It doesn't matter to me how many subscribers do I have. What matters to me is the quality of the people who show up here and we share things. That is what's important to me. That's quality well above quantity, in my humble opinion. Would I like a few more people to show up? Yeah, okay, but you've never heard me just say like or share. I maybe once or twice, but I don't do that. Full moon tonight. That's true, Susie Q. I mentioned that earlier on too when I said the moon was like way overhead. Absolutely. And it is just a couple of days past the winter solstice. So anyway, I'm almost done with yours, Roots. If you've drawn the wolf's card, your person might okay, wait a minute. Let me go back over here. Um it is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. This is important. I'm laying this on you. It is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. So we have to be honest and truthful to ourselves and to each other. And in doing so, the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. And that's on each of us, but putting this on you, Roots, shame on me. But in the aloneness of a power place, devoid of other humans, you may find the true you. Look for teachings no matter where you are. Wolf would not come to you unless you requested the appearance of the tribe's greatest teacher. So the cards are saying that you asked for it. You asked for the wolf and you got it straight up. But it is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. So we talk about stuff I have over the years about, if we bring our collective consciousness up, that it in turn will bring humanity's consciousness up. When I first started doing some of this stuff years ago, we were getting messages from the universe that, that ET and the universe had given up on our sorry ass, just Star Trek transporter. Yeah, I agree. I wish I could had a handheld device, but in the understanding of the world of things, you're very welcome, Roots. Man, not to pick on you, but I was. Uh, you know, because you come to hang out with us tonight, and that I agreed to do a card. Whether you wanted one or not, shame on me. But the idea that it's not necessarily put it on you, but when we can understand a simple thing, and for some folks it's not simple, but if we can understand a simple thing like if we help each other up with our thoughts, that everybody will get lifted up, you know and it's not like we got to help some bum out of the ditch or out of the gutter, but in a way we are, because there are a lot of bums in ditches and in the gutters they're in a spiritual gutter, and we kind of got to go by and just kind of lift them up a little bit, and just what, and be that wolf, be that teacher, you know yeah, and in the support, and it does. And you all, we've been around long enough with each other that we have sort of proven it to ourselves, but simply by being kind to one another, we've proven a lot. We support one another here, absolutely. And if we don't necessarily kick folks' ass, but I think that the energy of what's going on, I've never had to ban anybody, have come close, Um, but to the point though that as long as folks are respectable, we've always 99% of the time have gotten along. You know, we don't have to agree on everything, but we can agree to have conversation. We can agree to, be honest with one another. That's where it counts. And through the honesty, we have just, as I've said, I don't know if you have been around Roots long enough, but, we are all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. That's bottom line, because we can all get along here. Get along, little doggy. The fact that we can, in my humble opinion, proves that, anybody from anywhere, as long as you're polite and respectable, we do ask where you're from at times and, stuff like that, but we don't ask for your home address. But, me being in South Georgia, and I'm open, I got a sign at my gate that says welcome, the little old Clockney River Hermitage, at the open for business, have been for years, but not everybody's like crazy like me. But with that said, though, so being open, have met all of you and personally with some people, I met Brian, then he passed away with a heart attack. And then recently we lost our dear friend Isby, who had been here to my house several times. And, miss his sorry ass. But with the pain and stuff that he was suffering, he is in a better place. That's for sure. It doesn't mean that we don't miss him, Yeah, we lost Isby. That's right. And towards the end, he called me up a couple of times. And the last time I was short with him, and he kept talking about the same thing, and he would go into a loop. And I said, Isby, I said, if you talk about them damn mushrooms one more time, talk about something else. And he was like, why are you mad at me? And I said, because for the last hour that we've been on the phone, all you will talk about home addresses now. Oh, several months ago, right, Scotty boy? I mean, golly. See, I was in the hospital in August again with my heart. I had my operation in the spring. So it was after my back surgery. I can't remember. Has it really been a year? I have to look back, but because Isby visited here twice, it was like there were a couple of things we did, and he hung around. I gave him some crystals and rocks and stuff that he took back with him, and he gave away. And he had asked me, he said, have you got any more? And I said, yeah, if you'll come back up here. I said, I'll give you some more, as much as you want to take home with you. And you can give them all away if you want to, or if you want to make a couple of bucks on them, for your trouble, you can do that too. And, but, I felt bad that I was short with him that last time we had talked on the phone, but he did change subjects. And sometimes, like I've always said, sometimes you got to hit a mule with a 2x4 to get. And so there were times with Isby, with his mental condition, because we found out that he had, cancer on the brain, and so forth. And that, so he was really having trouble with understanding things, and his brain was going into a loop when he didn't know better. Um, we've missed a couple of people this year. And right now I'm trying to think of a particular. Thank you, Scotty. That's who I was just trying to remember. And I was going to say, I ain't heard nothing from him either. Oh, I know, Roots, but I'm in trying to. After 45 minutes of him going into this loop, and I was like losing it. I was like, it'd be, come on, let's change this up. Doing my best with all my psychological stuff. And I ended up just going, dude, if you talk about it one more time, any talk about anything else but them damn mushrooms, And I was like, I could have been a little bit more patient. But at the same time, I couldn't be any more patient because I had been patient for 45 minutes and it didn't do any good. So I had to like put that foot down and go, and then he went, oh, and it brought him back around. So sort of like getting a glass of cold water in your face kind of thing. But, afterwards I felt, golly, and nobody knows but me, but man, I wish that I had just not. But like I just said, that sometimes, sometimes you just got to holler, you know, just to get their attention. And everything was groovy. We had enough, we talked on the phone for another 15 or 20 minutes and hang up, and everything was good. It wasn't like we hung up in any kind of anger or anything. But I was like, I really had to raise my voice, and I was sorry about that. But anyway, so I love you, Isby. He does the do. So, but there's some other folks over the years too, over the last year and a half ish, and seeing who used to hang around and who didn't. And I'm not going to name any names, but Floridians, yeah. But he wasn't from Florida, so. But anyway, you can't really blame that on him. He was a transplant. So some other folks that I had been on their show a time or two because they were like, "Oh, I've been I'm a subscriber, and I'd like for you to come on." And okay, so and I still have issues with the computer, and I'm going to really try to do better this coming year. And I need to learn how to use Rumble and SteamYard and all these other things. But anyway, yeah, Roots. He got on a thing where there was a particular type of mushroom that would help to heal him, and the thing is that he would talk about it, and then before he got done with the sentence, his brain would click and he'd go, if I just had some more mushrooms. And I'd go, yeah, okay, but we'll try to get you some. And we were sending him some and things and stuff. And so then he would like, but if I just had, them mushrooms, and I've done studies and yeah, I know Isby about the mushrooms, and he would go back he would find another way to go back into the subject of mushrooms. So June 14th of this year, yeah, not last year, this year. Yeah, we'll have to do the remember when. Yeah, chaga. That's what it is. Yeah. No, I thought it was. I figured it was between my heart attack and my back surgery. So that would have put it in June because I was back in the hospital in August with my heart. So but no, there was somebody that I made some statements about certain people. Did not mention their names, but I mentioned their habits. Yep, Scotty boy. And so their habits were like, there are some of these people who, have been at this for 6 months and think that they're going to be ascended masters anytime soon, and I think I piss some people off, but they're trying to look how good I am and look how spiritual I am and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm sorry, I'm 71 and I'm still learning. And you folks have just started a YouTube channel and I wasn't speaking anytime, but some of these folks were putting out stuff that just like was bullshit. And no, you're making up stuff. No, don't do that. You're connected to the universe all the time you want to be. Don't put anything in between. Oh, you got to have this and you got to have practical magic and you got to use sigils. And you don't need none of that shit. You are connected to the universe right now. You want to chat with the creator? Then say, I want to chat with the creator. You don't have to do nothing special. Understand the connection between aliens and demons and the elite. Hang on a sec. Don't go away. And if I'm on a really short screen because I'm on my cell phone. If it goes up, I don't understand the connection between the aliens. Wait a minute. Hang on. I'll answer the question best I can. I don't understand the connection between the aliens and demons and the elite. There are some aliens. There are bunches of different races, and they don't all look like us or tall whites or grays, okay? Some of them look like reptilians, but that don't make them demons. But some of them look like demons and will eat you. So there is both. The connection to the elite is that there are some of these alien races who have been here a long time and who do know how to shapeshift, have attached themselves with certain elite families. And that is true. Now, whether or not, and the queen is dead, but whether or not they're lizard people and they do it is, I don't know, as David Icke used to talk about for many years. But the connection is nothing more than they have been around like kings and queens for a long time. And that these alien races who do shapeshift now, they have attached to themselves because they want to control the human race as much as possible. But there are other alien races who do not look like reptiles or reptilians, who are very kind and who are working to save the human race, like the Charistas. And there are other groups who are trying to do their best to try to put things right and get rid of these nasty sons of bitches who really only want to do us harm. So the connection, bad guys, bad aliens are connected with people on this planet so that they can do bad things. Are they demons? No. There are demons, and that's a separate subject. And some elite are connected to demons, Satanist type folk, that those are not necessarily connected with reptilian type of ET. So you can't say Satan and ET are linked. There are similarities, and there are some folks who would like to draw it, but over the years that, the reptilian ETs are that. Satanists and folks who study these other things, that Beelzebub, they're not studying ET. Okay. They're studying Beelzebub. So in their connection to the elite, some of these people are just crazy. And the elite seem to think is an alien a parasite? Some of them can be. All right. Karen Lynn, she was around a few weeks ago on A7. I don't want to name any names, and I'm trying not to go there. But what I was like, listen, I'm sorry, I'm going to pull rank. I'm 71 years old. I have been around for a while with some of this stuff. I have been in the ground. I have pulled my own crystals. I have dug my own crystals. I have carried boxes of 5-gallon buckets full of, quartz out of the ground and carried it for 2 miles back to the truck. I mean, just, yes. But then some of these folks who are, they're 6 months into this, and they're like, they know everything that's going on. And I just want to go, no, I'm sorry, but 6 months is not enough time. You're not even an apprentice yet. Shut up and be honorable with what little bit you know, and don't push it. Oh, well, because I know this about a crystal, then I know this and this and this and this. No, you don't. You think you know what you're talking about. There has been somebody that's been on that show, and I love my friends and I will not speak bad about them, but I do not agree. And it's my prerogative. And one subject, for example, is this monatomic gold and stuff that some of these folks are going through, and the fact that you have to have it, and this, and there's so many of my friends that have not had any of that who are still alive and doing well. All elite titles are demon. I don't know. That would be a hard one for me to just say across the board that that's true, Barry. There are quite a few of them, okay, and that they are associated with that kind of stuff. Oh, thank you, Roots. I'm very grateful that you are here because we can have this conversation and bring up different things and talk about stuff, I disagree with a lot of them women are talking about. What are they talking about? I know, us men folk are just crazy. And then there are those of us men folk who have been through several women folk. And our opinions don't count in those respects. And what do you mean, Hawkeye? And it was like, listen, those of us who have tried our best to be married and to be honest, faithful husbands got shit on. And there are too many women who will get mad at me and say, well, listen, you must have done something wrong. No, these women were fucking crazy. Okay. Hormones, whatever you want to call it, their eyes rolled back in their head, and they would do things and throw things and scratch and bite. And it's like, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I did not ask for this. This was not in my contract. And but then people say, well, you must have done something wrong for them to act like. No, they were fucking crazy. Do you hear me? Certifiably get them away from me crazy. And as much as I put up with several of them, and I'm being nice, they were fucking crazy. So it's like, gee, Dave, you cuss. I made it 4 hours and 4 minutes without cussing like this. And here I think about ex-wives and how fucking crazy. I mean, one tried to run me over with a car, okay? It came right at us in the middle of the road, just, screeching tires and just, yeah, we remember that one. But the idea that somehow along the line, it's like, yeah, I laugh at it now, but it was not funny at the time. But, and almost being thrown down from the top of the stairs with my last wife. She was like, well, you just don't need to be here. And then come to find out she was trying to poison me. Literally, she was trying to poison me. I quit eating her food 2 weeks before she left me. And my stomach got better. I got better. I'd been sick for months, and I quit eating her food. She would send me food every day, for my lunch, period and everything. I quit eating her food, didn't tell her. And then all of a sudden got better. I got my own cell phone and come to find out she'd been shredding things here at the house, shredding documents and things and doing things behind my back. And I didn't know the half of it until after she left. But, this idea that somehow I created this is like, no, what that she was nuts. Okay. And, what did I do to deserve that one? I went through all the right channels and, dated and all this stuff and, and then, come to find out, what she had told my neighbors, that I was this pre-birth, that I was doing this, and I would make her do these things. And all she could talk about apparently was anal sex, and she wouldn't have any sex, let alone anal sex. But so, with all the things that I tried to be a good husband, a good man, respectable, honorable, all these things, and then to be treated the way I was with not just one woman, but several. So, there are some women who just want to stand up for women like that. And I go, but why would you do that? You don't know the circumstances. Well, you must, David, you must have done something to set him off. All I had to do was breathe and it would set them off. There was no some other triggering thing. And just the simple fact that I was still alive when I found out she was trying to poison me. And, wait. Oh, and the money that she embezzled from my personal account and the stuff that she did, just God almighty. So, but anyway, but I'm the crazy one of the group. And because I try to, try to be nice for a while, but then it was just, no, I got to tell the truth. This woman was fucking nuts. And so was this one, that, and I tried my best with that one as well. And zoom, off the deep end she went. So was it always me? I don't think so. Now, circumstances, you don't like living down here or something, whatever. Okay. But no, that was never supposedly not the issue. But anyway, so I'm here by myself now. Duggar's over yonder, and it is what it is after 41 years of living here. I am glad that I'm still alive. I'm glad that I can call you all my friends. I'm glad that after 4 hours, there's a few of you still hanging out with me to have conversation. But, I still stand up for women's rights. I'm trying to stand up for what women have lost recently. But at the same time, I don't want some women who don't know about these crazy women who will stand up for them when they, well, you're just getting on to them because they're women. No, I'm sorry, they were crazy and they happen to be women. But I wasn't not going to marry a man. Okay. So I married a woman thinking I was going to be able to work it out, but she was crazy. I'm sorry. She was crazy. My fault. I missed. So, but, well, Scotty boy, it was the fact that she made up stuff that was just absurd. I mean, she didn't want to have sex, period, but let alone any other kind, but not any kind of sex, And so it's like, okay, well, she had had something weird happen to her with a previous husband or something. Nice to find out after you're married, right? And don't want to have it, dude. Gonna keep my legs. Wait, but we just got married. So what am I supposed to do? Here I am by myself. You want me to just masturbate it out, kind of thing? Then why did I get married? Wait a minute, hang on, whoa, back this bus up. But it wasn't all about sex, but to never have it. Wait a minute, I'm not married now, and I never have it. You know what I mean? But I don't have to put up with the bitchiness. Whoa. So, but anyway, but in trying to be a balanced person, to try to have a balanced aura, male, female, yin, yang, and to have somebody to just share life with at an old age. But, um, right now, I would take a good companion over the sex. Absolutely, 100%. To have a good companion, uh, but, and my friend Martha, who's passed away now a couple of years, she was 350 pounds and we never had any kind of any kind of thing, but we were friends for over 40 years and we were good companions to each other. And I do miss that. So, it had nothing to do with, her weight or whatever, because that just wasn't there, especially for me. But, the fact that we could be friends and companions for all those years without having anything else in between, Yeah, they go hand in hand, no pun intended. There was there was a guy who I met. He goes, so have you dated anybody recently? And he looked at his Martha is who I'm speaking of, not Martha. Martha was her name. But no, she passed away a couple of years ago now. I think 3 years will be this coming February. It might be even 4. Things are sneaking up on me, but it'll be at least 3 years this year. But yeah, I miss her company and just getting up in the middle of the night and going, hey, you want to go to the beach? Which we had done many times. Listen, I'm going to have to go, y'all. I just got a message saying that if my cell phone's fixing to be out of power, but I've been on here for 4 hours and 13 minutes and 44 seconds. And I hope that I got everybody that wanted one got a reading tonight. And I'm grateful that I made it with good energy and that you all stuck it out with me and we have talked about stuff. But the bottom line in a lot of the cards and things that are pulled is like, if I can take from a little bit and sum up a few things, Oh, it's okay, Roots. It, most people thought her name was Martha. And and she always had to correct people. So, but that's no big deal. That's no big deal at all. But in this understanding of stuff, it's like, and talking, again, my friend Martha has passed away, and I've come close a couple of times this last year. So it's like, you value, at least I do, and we've lost a few friends here in the neighborhood, and me having, dinner with my friends over there at Rob's the other day, and his neighbor, my friend for 40 something years, and glad to be with one another, just glad to be with one another. And thanks to you, Susie Q. Yeah, okay, Roots, and hang out whenever. I'm going to try to do better and do some more, but there are sometimes I'm usually up in the middle of the night. But Susie Q, thank you much. Cosmic hugs and all that good stuff. And keep passing along some good vibes. And and I don't mean to sound like I'm mean about women or anything. Oh, hey Katniss, how are you? I would love a good woman, I would love her. But it just hasn't worked out that way. And thank you. I'm so pleased. Um, uh, yeah, I would hang out a little longer, but my cell phone is literally fixing to die. So, it's not that I'm like, am I too tired or whatever? But the cell phone's fixing to die and I can't plug it in because of the way it sits here. And I'm going to have to shut it off so I can plug it in. I'm sorry. I don't know if I've got enough time to pull you a card or not. Don't go nowhere, Katniss. Hang on a second. Oh, you got the book? Oh, okay. I'll pull the card then. All right, I'm shuffling. Yeah, because I'm like, it was at 20% or less in you weren't here earlier, but Deer has showed up again, but that's not your primary card. But read Deer and know that it has come up several times tonight. Yeah, it's sort of a backup card. It's like, because Deer showed up several times, the fact that it was like, here I am again. I was like, okay. Reinforces tonight or this morning's card pulling. So Crow, number 24, upside down. And there seems to be one more. Hang on. Yeah, the Deer being gentleness and sacred mountain, and by chasing away the demon, it's it's cleared a sacred mountain because of Deer. And so it's like okie doke. So and the next other one for you this morning is Spider. And I just confused myself. I'm not sure if I flip the Spider card. Read both. Okay. It's late. I'm stoned, and I think I flipped the card over on myself, and it was supposed to be upside down. So read the upside down Spider, but read the whole Spider thing too, which is interesting because have not pulled Spider, the Spider card. Deer was sort of that a backup. Um, backup is not the right word. A reinforcer card, in my opinion, because we've seen deer show up tonight. But so Crow has not showed up, and neither has Spider. So there are two new cards tonight with a back with a. I keep wanting to say a backup, but that's not it. With deer as a it bolsters up the other card anyway. But so deer, but two new cards, Spider and Crow. So there has not been much repetition in the cards tonight. So Katniss, did you get that? Yeah, no more bats. The bats came early, but they came like one right behind the other. But the deer who showed up again. Does that, you got the book, right, Katniss? I'd be interesting to see what you got out of that. Not being nosy, but if I can remember them, I'll read them later. Because that now I'm curious. It's like, wait a minute, Crow and two new ones tonight. Spider, yeah. Oh, really? Spider's great timing for you? Well, that's curious and interesting. And that, and see, and for me, interesting that deer said, here, let me just stick my nose out here. Let me just, here's deer. Okay, but we just pulled you a little bit ago. Yeah. And a full moon tonight too, as well. Yeah. So perfect timing. I'm hopefully back into the sync of things, and my stomach ailments are a thing of the past, at least for now, thank goodness. And we're back on track with doing cards for folks. And so hopefully this is good medicine all the way around. I remember the card when you first read it to me. What you mean long time ago? So, but anyway, I'm not sure if it's officially full moon night, but there's always one or two nights on either side of full moon, and this is at least one of them. Because I looked over to the east today, way over to the east, and I was like, holy crap, it was sure enough full. And it was it was a little after sundown. So I would say the full moon would have been like last night. The 26th. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, because the moon came up full, but it wasn't right after sundown. It was an hour after sundown or whatever. So yeah, tonight was the second night of full moon. It sure was bright and roundy though. So my dear friends, even though it's not a 20, we're late on that one. Have a great day and the rest of the week. New Year's coming up, a time for reflection, a time for introspection, a time to say, let's get the stuff we don't need from 2023, and let's go into 2024. Just hopefully hoping for clear sailing. And if we run into shit in the water while we're hauling up the sails, and we, might run into some low tide and skin the bottom a little bit, that we have to be using this sailor thingy. Use our sailing techniques to know that, we can get through any water, put your life jacket on, flush the old make room for some new shit. There you go. And because that's one of the things one of the cards said earlier was we got to make room, for some new stuff. So that means we just got to find stuff that is just useless. It can be emotions or thoughts or whatever it is. Just if we don't need them anymore, don't try to drag them forward into next year. So, with that said, hopefully we will get together, if not before, but after New Year's ASAP. So I love you all and be safe. Okay. And, it doesn't take much to just have a good thought. And as one of the cards earlier said, when we all lift each other up with our consciousness, the entire consciousness of humanity increases. So it's not just for you and me, but if we're truly spiritual beings like we pretend to be or portend to be, then do your civic duty and lift up a fellow spirit being. Because as we lift up each other, all of humanity raises up. And that's a good thing, you know? So with that in mind, come on 2024. Let's see what the hell you got. I'm ready for a new adventure. Let's get it on. So, my dear friends, please be safe. Katniss, thank you. I'm glad I could pull a couple of cards for you. Scotty boy, it's always good to have you hanging out. And everybody else that's been back there in the background and has liked this video, thank you so much. I love you from the bottom of my heart and from the top of my heart, too. There's two parts to it. Yeah, we do support each other. And somebody says, well, I ain't got no money. It ain't about that. Just think about somebody in the chat room and send them a good thought. You don't got to tell them. It ain't got to pick somebody at random. Like Roots, you're sort of new here. I say, Roots, like, God bless you, Roots. We're so glad and I mean this, we're so glad that you're here and can share with us and that I could pull a card for you tonight or this morning. So, blessings to all y'all. And as you always hear me say, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. We do support each other. We're all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. And so I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And in that law of three, which is important to you and me, I continue to pray that each and every one of us will continue to learn to accept and receive and reject that which we don't need, and accept the wisdom, the power, and all of the blessings from the universe. So until next time, be safe, y'all. This thing's fixing to die on me. I know it is. Bye for now. Adios.